the martyr's call, the dawn of the church is birth. From Jerusalem streets, a flame ignites in the hearts of men. Peter's voice bold, unbroken, preaching the word again and again. From Pentecost, the Spirit descends, a torrent of power to loose and bind. The lame shall walk, the blind shall see, the light of Christ for all mankind. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The orthodox succeed to heretics' demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. The Arians rise with corrupted creed, denying the sun, sowing bad seed. Homoousios, the banner unfurled. Alexander Athanasius teach the world. Eunomius, Macedonius, dimmed by doubt. Constantinople, cast all of them out. The Cappadocians rose to fight. Trinity, 3 and 1.
What up, everybody? We're going to end the song a little bit early today. The intro song's ending a bit early because it looks like we're getting started. It's been a while since I've done a stream on my own channel, but I'm glad to be back with you guys. I've been bouncing around everywhere. I've been on Cleve Stream. I've been on the Icon Corner. I think I was on Cleve Stream like twice, maybe. But I would like to get to this debate here. So it looks like we may be getting to openings shortly here. And I think it'll be a good one, probably edifying for all of us to learn some debate skills from Andrew. He's one of the best.
First
So
and foremost, let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all. I'm also very anti-Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter.
What's up, Warren?
And I never have been.
Good to see you, man.
I say this at the beginning
Good to see you
of the
guys.
debate, so when bad faith trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics and the
Not banned yet.
claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist, pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill.
I am covering this.
Lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate, which they won't even watch, and you and I can laugh at their stupidity together. That said, I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are ontologically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic. I represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those
Indeed,
are the
he's
things
risen.
I debate against and resist on a political level. Today, we debate if Trump has been successful as a president. Usually, I would clear this up semantically and quickly with Owen, but we seem to have the same general notion about what success means and doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Trump stopping two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president who is a woman should immediately default him to the position of a successful president, as just that alone saved the nation from years of torment and suffering from the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen. That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, office of faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it. Affirm via executive order there are two genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive order stopping trans-surgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays, affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian participation in adoption. He reinstated the Mexico City policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations. He enforced the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to prioritize against Christian persecution abroad, just to name
All right, so this is kind of how I thought Andrew was going to do this debate. We got some super chats. Got $1 from Randolph Wrestler. Thank you, Randolph. Octavian 199, partner with me to help Alex start a super chat goal. That's like the Ruslan thing. It's like, you got to get them to partner with you, bro. How do I monetize these people? Or I can't believe he said that on freaking camera, dude. Can't believe that. H. Brazzi, don't start simping, dog. What's up, H. Brazzi? H. Brazzi's cool. The perception of Andrew's skill as a debater is relative to who he engages with. I'll leave it at that. Well, Andrew has some pros and some cons in his debate skill. He's good at seeing the obvious and just hammering the points that help him. All the points that don't help him, he's pretty good at kind of making them look irrelevant and writing them off. I'm thinking particularly about his debate with Pikachu. When he was talking about, like, does Christianity or Islam create a better society, and he just hammered the inbred point, right? So he's definitely got some skills, and I think he's got the fundamentals down. Of course, he can like polish some things on the sides, but he, nonetheless, he is a very good debater. I mean, we got to give him some credit, but I see your point there. Thanks for the super chat. So Andrew is talking about unaliving babies, how Trump has brought that down. LGBT stuff, how he's kind of brought that down and pushed back against it, especially the Supreme Court nominations. I think those are very important. And the broadly pan-Christian stuff. So I think Andrew's going to be making a case for, like, the Trump presidency is pushing in the right direction. It's pretty hard to say that, you know, it's been a success overall. But I think if he reframes this debate to be about, is Trump moving in the right direction? Is it a step forward? He might be able to win this one.
Some of his policy directives, and that's just the Christian side. Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative, more immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was his primary function in office from the standpoint of voters. And this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently, with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration. He hasn't. Over 130,000 less per month just on the legal side. Real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump. It was negative under Biden. The federal workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agrees with that. The Overton window has shifted right on most national conversations, including LGBTQ and transgender ideology. This isn't even getting into the historic court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time. The idea of Owen Shroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is accelerationism. The glaring logical hole, of course, in that is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did, and the entire time spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess that Democrats and leftists left for us. It doesn't work and can't work in a two-party system. Ensuring Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism, and the movement of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world. You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected.
It's a good move using comparison, I think, because it's like talking about how Andrew's trying to make this point that we were going down a certain path. And sometimes in order to go down the right path, you have to back up and go backwards in order to go back down the correct path. So thank you for the membership. Hush Tones. What's up? Appreciate that. The 1 month membership. And H. Brazzi, thank you for the membership, brother. You're the man. There's a comment here. Brian Hoffman said, Andrew's support of Trump has been weird to me. Well, I think it's been weird to a lot of people. I think that's why this debate is important, why people want to see this debate, is because it's like, what are you doing, Andrew? Like, Trump's going down this a pretty crazy rabbit hole, but I think that's why he had all of these qualifications at the beginning. So I got to do something for all these super chats.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
Thank you guys for the memberships and for the super chats. It's like the best way to support the channel. So please partner with me and send me a super chat, bro, so I can monetize these people, bro. That's unreal. All right, let's try to give you guys something of value so we can actually justify the stream today.
Trump en masse, because life under Democrats is fucking awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative to Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
And tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which is Democrat policy as usual. We knew Trump was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Shroyer, who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store for us under Democrats. I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note that progressive ideology is always waiting to strike, and going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
You guys know I'm not a fan of ceding time. I think you should try to take it up all the time that you are given, because talking time is important to who wins a debate. But otherwise, I think this was the best way Andrew could have framed it, was that we're taking steps in the right direction, and that overall Trump is a win. He's an overall good. But Shroyer's going to come in and he's going to talk about what Trump promised. I'll bet this is what he's going to do. I don't know, but I'll bet he's going to talk about what Trump promised and then what he actually did, because that's what everybody's upset about. There's a comment here. Hello, Alex. Did you have a conversation recently about who the Ancient of Days is? The Ancient of Days represents the Father. The Son of Man represents Christ's the deified humanity coming up to God. But there are many indicators there in the Son of Man that he is divine himself. This plays into false dialectics. I think that Andrew actually has a very nuanced position. That's kind of the opposite. Like, you don't have to love or hate Trump. I think he has kind of a nuanced view. So the Ancient of Days, it would be in Orthodox theology, it's Christ, but aged up, and that's how you represent the Father, right? Yes, you're welcome. Bernie was the president we needed. Jesus is the president we need, dog. Okay, let's get to what Owen Shroyer has to say here.
Thank you very much for that opening. We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate shows that there is at least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates, quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was supposed to be addressing the corruption head on in that collision and destroying it in the process. And I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to, is Trump going to be successful? The economy. The vast majority of Americans still believe the economy is heading in the wrong direction. We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck today than any other time in recent history. And as everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs. But it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under President Trump. And it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that while the average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get $1 trillion in Doge cuts annually. We got a couple 10 million and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you wanted that or not. So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today. I will spare those details for the opening. I'm sure that this will come back up, but yet that fact remains. What about the deep state? President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count. So if there's politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests? That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country, and yet nobody has been arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that, but either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either. And by the way, as you mentioned, Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think we'll all agree was a major victory. He was not the president when that happened. He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the office of faith is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way of the Board of Peace. Nothing but vanity, no real results. You talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're fighting, yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's making sure that Karine Jean Bowler kicked off of the Religious Liberties Commission for her political takes, Yet Laura Loomer, who is a vehement anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic psychotic, somehow has the ear of President Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. You know, wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture that whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling. And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest, a lot of this economy is actually Trump's fault. And I know he likes to blame it on Biden, but if you go back and look at it, it was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation. Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, but that was the Trump economy. The COVID economy is the Trump economy. Now, as far as accelerationism is concerned, I don't believe I have ever publicly supported that. I do understand the concept.
Okay, so a few points I wanted to point out here that I think are instructive. I was writing them down by hand, but I think that if I actually just show them to you guys in a Word document, that might be a little better. Like what is going kind of through my head as I'm analyzing this and thinking about it. So we have these points that Andrew is making. Andrew was saying, like, look, Trump has, like, Roe v. Wade was overturned. He's taking anti-Skittles steps. He's made some good judge appointments, especially on the Supreme Court. He's pushing generic, like, Christian culture. Like, obviously for us, that we prefer Orthodox Christian cultural norms out there. But what Andrew was saying is that this is better than whatever secularism that the female liberals like Kamala would push. He's saying like crime and illegal crackdown is basically like a bunch of facts. This whole debate is just a bunch of facts. And one of them is going to have to form this into an overarching narrative. And that's going to be whoever wins the debate. So Owen responds, he says, like, look, this crime and illegal crackdown, this should be a given. Like, duh, obviously you should be doing that. And the blatantly obvious Jeff Steen McEffrey called, like, this has been overlooked and brushed off. Like, that's crazy, right? The economic promises have been unmet. He mentioned Doge and how, like, the wasteful spending, that there could have been a lot more done there. And that the COVID economy was really Trump's fault over there. So let's go back and see what else they have to say. This is so far pretty even, in my opinion.
I'm not here because I want Democrats to win. And I think this is a very important statement for me to make because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify some things that people get wrong about you. I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one.
I mean, I probably wouldn't stop talking about that either if that was me. Like, I went to jail for my views. How many times did Andrew go to jail for his views? Hushtones, $4.99. Thanks, bro. We voted for them to stop eating the dogs, eating the cats. Yeah, dude, that was crazy. The immigration, like, dude, what kind of animals are coming in here? Animals that eat cats and dogs, like, for real? Thank you for the super chat.
Theologian. They talk about their hermeneutics and they talk about their exegesis. Sounds like a bunch of diseases, hermeneutics and exegesis.
Mike Thompson from Facebook says the Iceman serial killer was a good father and husband. MAGA mentality. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, it's a pretty. There are strong arguments on both sides for this one, for sure.
One when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how dangerous the Democrats are. The problem is, it's not up to me. This is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters. It has nothing to do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick as to whether or not he's successful.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you, Andrew.
Yeah. So
Okay, so overall, the openings, I think, are pretty even. I think it's going to be the cross-exam and open discussion that decides this debate. The rebuttals, again, are going to be the same thing, just people listing out facts. It's going to be whoever can get the other person to stumble first. We got $10 from H. Brazzi. Thanks very much, H. Brazzi. I had no clue what the debate prompt was until now. I've been looking forward to this debate for a while. So, yes, the debate prompt. Has the Trump presidency been successful? And Andrew is framing it as, of course it has, because there are steps in the right direction culturally. And Owen Shroyer is saying, yes, but he overpromised and under-delivered massively, is what Owen Shroyer is basically saying. Even if Owen can rhetorically outdo Andrew on the minutia, Trump being a success is just a very easy position to get the audience to agree to. Yeah, especially since Andrew is framing this as like a very modest claim, or like our Protestant friends, sola scriptura. It's a very modest claim. What Owen has to do to be Andrew here is say, this is not a modest claim, Andrew. You're saying that he's taking steps in the right direction. That's not what he's supposed to do. That's not what success means. Everybody, look, even Barack Obama might have taken some steps in the right direction. I don't know, especially if you're Gavin Ortland, you're going to think that. But yeah, I think this is a very thin ice that Andrew is he's walking a tightrope here for sure. Weak opening from Owen, not going to lie. He should have slammed the Jeffrey McEpstein stuff a little more. I agree. Second actuality. He could have come in a lot more forceful there.
So this is just straight time, right?
You said straight time?
Yeah, so 5 minutes each?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said,
That's a good point.
if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps the wages depressed for corporations. They can then sell you things and goods for cheaper. Pretty simple, right? So what does Trump do? Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite side, by progressives. And so what's hilarious about this is that...
Okay, so Andrew is saying that the prices went up, the economy is a little rougher because immigrants are being deported. That may be a factor, but like he has to address the blatantly obvious factor here, which is the war in Iran, dude. War in Iran. It's like people talking about record high gas prices in the chat. He has to address the elephant in the room. Otherwise, it's going to come off as evasive.
Yeah, it is in fact going to be the case that if American companies have to start paying fair wages to American citizens, prices are going to go up. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen. You can't say, I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap. It's not going to work that way. How can it? Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Shroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks. So that's our big, hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks, not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it seems to be ramping down. Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the exports in oil are going from China. They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that? Of course it does. And we can dive into that too in the open back and forth. Now, I'm not a big supporter of foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing out something which is obvious. He also says Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise, and that's exactly what they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level. This guy has 3 times the amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one. With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein, from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States. The evidence
That's all true.
they have for that, fucking nothing. They have nothing. They have no.
That's crazy. I mean, I think there's like a reasonable deduction to be made there, but I get the point that Andrew is making is that like, look, there is no email that says so-and-so partook in this satanic ritual or something. That said, they're all freaking redacted, which means they're hiding something from the context of their other emails. What can you deduce that they are hiding, man? Like, it's really only one thing.
No evidence whatsoever. Guarantee you he won't be able to provide us with any evidence for that. Not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type religion of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership.
The Muslims, he's
the
saying.
Ayatollah Khomeini instituted the marriage, child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran.
That is correct. He did.
Overwhelming. You want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently. So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels. They have no evidence for that. And yet, if we just look not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them? Right? Owen Shroyer recently said, I don't care why, or he said in his debate with Shabos, why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that? It's ridiculous. Moving through some of these other problems, she says the problems Republicans, podcasting means nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan. And the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do the podcast syndicated radio shows. He didn't do the podcast circuit. She didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption. Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on. It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after the SPLC right this second. As we speak, super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way, just pointing that out.
With that, we'll kick it over to.
Okay. Just show you what I have on this one. The important points that. Okay, so Andrew kind of took the same tactic that I did in my debate against the other Paul, which is like strategically not optimal in the rebuttal, which is to focus on only addressing the points that they made. So at the end of my rebuttal, you can see that when in the other Paul, I brought it back to my main points, which was good because that's what you want to do. You kind of want to address the presuppositions of the other person's view and show how their view is not tenable. If you're addressing every single point that they make head on, you're kind of buying into their paradigm a little bit. You don't want to let them frame what you're talking about, because even though Andrew is trying to discredit all of these points, he's still talking about the points that Owen wants to talk about, right? So he's trying to diffuse these things, like that the price increase and the economy was due to illegal alien crackdown, which, okay, fine, maybe it is a factor. But for it to be a determinative factor, or for it to be an important factor, I think everybody is more concerned with this. So he was saying, like, look, the Iran war was only started like 7 weeks or so ago. There's no way it could have affected the prices. Everybody knows that the Iran war is affecting gas prices. I think maybe he should have bit the bullet on that one a little more, because it did come off as a little evasive. This is a good point that Trump faces unmatched, not diversity. What's the term? Unmatched adversity. Unmatched adversity, yes. This is a good point, because, I mean, he has to fight with his own party. That said, he kind of put himself in that position with the gravitas and the bravado that he usually carries himself with. And it's not matched with, like Reagan, I think, had the same approach where he would show up with gravitas and bravado and try to run the room. There was also like a weird humility to him that I think people caught on to. When it comes to the Jeff Stein McEffrey stuff, he was trying to defuse that point. He's like, look, there's just not enough direct evidence to prosecute on this. Yeah, because it's redacted. And they're hiding stuff. Like, I think everybody kind of agrees on that. Like, I don't think that's really a matter of opinion. They are hiding things. That's why they haven't prosecuted on it yet. And I guess he's trying to maybe not redirect, but to point out hypocrisy in Owen. That's like, dude, you're making a big deal about the Jeffrey McEpstein stuff. Well, Iran had legalized child marriage down to 9 years old. You have 9-year-old girls getting married in Iran. That's sanctioned by the government. Look, maybe there is something to this war that is like maybe a tertiary issue, or a tertiary benefit, right? Or an incidental benefit. The last point was about podcasts. I don't even think that that's like really worth responding to for Andrew. I think he should have focused more on affirmative attacks against the overall, not a bad rebuttal, but I think he should have focused more on affirmative attacks against Owen's worldview instead of trying to talk about all of Owen's points. We got $2 from Pseudopilled. Thank you, man. Trump has antichrist energy. Owen W. Yeah, I think a lot of the Orthodox Christians are surprised that Andrew would take a debate like this. But I see Andrew's points, and I think in an odd way, he's like calling for moderation when it comes to evaluating the political situation here. So, I mean, I respect it, and people are surprised by it, but he has his views, and he's willing to defend them. So I guess I respect that much, you know. I don't know if I agree. I'm open to being persuaded in this debate. So we'll see who wins me over by the end.
Owen for his 5-minute rebuttal as well. Or is all yours, Owen?
All right. Well, as far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm. But at least for this administration, it started last June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty, because we were supposed to have annihilated, or obliterated was the official word from the president, their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think accurately, as just another regime change war. Now, you may not care for Iran's leadership. You're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that. And yet the facts remain. This was a regime change war. They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base that voted for no new wars. It was part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016. And he even said specifically, no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that. And this has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now, but we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The Strait is closed.
The juice
boxes.
boxes.
We won the war. The war's not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically. But nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up. And as far as the strategy with China and Russia, I'd like to think that this is all going to work out in our favor. I'd like to think that that's the play that Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia. And away from the United States because of Trump's aggression, again, in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration. I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration, but this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals. I thought we were talking about the Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying. And yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me. And I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms. Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many, many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me.
These are a lot of points, so I'm going to break up Owen's rebuttal a little bit here. $10 from Tate Nuffin. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the donation. It also wasn't Trump's idea to go to war with Iran. It was the Israelis who forced his hand. That's kind of the point that Owen is making, right? He also didn't consult other nations about the facts, so they were utterly unprepared for their inability to get oil. I think you anticipated Owen's rebuttal like perfectly there, Tate Nuffin. Thank you for the donation. I'm going to give you the Cleve scream.
Anathema, eh?
Thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. Let's go through these points here from Owen. Okay, this is Owen's rebuttal, which I think is quite strong. I think this rebuttal portion, Owen might have won it so far. So he points out that Trump promised a quick in-and-out operation in Iran, yet it became a regime change war, which appears to be the intent that the U.S. government had from the very beginning, which is a total reversal from his campaign promises to be an anti-war presidency, right? He says that Trump employs political doublespeak the Iran war, that he's saying one thing, another thing is happening. Oh, we're just going to take out their nukes real quick. Like 2 weeks to flatten the curve, right? 2 weeks to free Iran. And it ends up being multi-week, multi-month war. I think this was a good point that pointing out the hypocrisy in Trump's position. I don't know how Andrew is going to defend against this. Says Russia and China relations are suffering at the expense of the US's Israel relations. Basically, we're cozying up so much with Israel that we're suffering in our relations with Russia and China. I think that's a very strong point. Like, why ought we do that? There's really no particular reason why we can't have strong relations with every country. Trump, some will have irreconcilable differences, obviously. But, these are major powers, economic powerhouses. Maybe Russia, not so much, but China, definitely. when it comes to like terms of landmass and military might. I mean, we definitely want these people to like us. Israel, I guess, is important, but I mean, we should. I think I agree with the general consensus of like the ortho bros that we should probably keep them in arm's length, right? We can't ignore them because they are a powerful country, but I mean, there's no need to cozy up so much to them, right? I think these were important points that speak to the audience here, that Trump has no strong stance on citizen privacy and like spying on citizens by intelligence agencies. I mean, this is something that was funneled in on the Patriot Act, right? Like this is there is like no legal standing for this, and it should have been challenged. It was funneled in through fear. And another important point on the PDF file stuff is that Trump has double standards for Iran and Israel. I did not know that. The fact that Owen that just pointed out that Israel is like safe harbor for PDF files. I didn't know that. That's a pretty powerful fact. This is when like it helps to just have a good mastery of the facts, right? So here, let's go back and let's see what Owen has to say in the rest of his rebuttal here. I think that's a very powerful rebuttal from Owen.
You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich, and they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones and I'm reading through the cell phone and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur, me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda, I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say this is clearly code language and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to.
Hey, what's up, Nikolai? Owen doesn't have any idea how redaction process works. Sounds like it. But I mean, it's basically just like agents sitting down and their boss tells them what to redact. And then you have a bunch of people reviewing it afterwards. And you're like, hey, you should have redacted this. You shouldn't have redacted this. It goes through usually a few layers of people, but normally it's like some grunt slave redacting. That said, these are very sensitive documents. So it's probably a higher up person that is doing the initial redactions and more higher up people that are reviewing them. But yeah, I think you do have to maybe have some experience in either legal work or like government work to understand how these are done. Basically, you take orders from some higher up that tells you what to remove. In court, you have like certain rules about what you have to redact. They fall into certain categories. So certain categories of information you have to redact. But in the government, it's going to be like slightly different. Nikolai, Korea is a master redactor. Oh yeah, military redactions are insane. There's probably some unique rules for that too. Nikolai would know about that, I presume, because he has a background in military. Good to see you, Nikolai. $10, or I already read that one. 10 R's from Cristo Morelli. Thank you for the donation. Andrew pretends the U.S. is fighting Islam. Excuse me. While the defeat of Iran would only strengthen the Wahhabi terrorists. It's a good point. It's kind of like you got to pick which devil you want to deal with over there, right? Got $2 from Contemporary Compendium. Do redactions automatically infer guilt? No, but there's something there. It could also be like privacy laws, right? So if there are like identities of young kids and you don't want their names out there, it's like to protect their privacy. Bank account numbers, social security numbers, all that stuff gets redacted. That said, it does not appear that those are the kinds of redactions that we're seeing in these emails. It's like many lines, entire pages that are redacted. They're just totally blacked out, right? Some that are omitted from the production of documents entirely, right? So you can't say that the presence of redactions means guilt. because it could just be like privacy that they're trying to protect. But these kinds of redactions do show that they are hiding something for sure. So thank you for the donations, guys. I appreciate it. This is a good point, Crystal Morelli. I don't want to skate over it too much. So Andrew pretends the U.S. is fighting Islam while yeah. I mean, I think everybody knows the U.S. interest in Iran. It's like economic and kind of to cozy up to perhaps the intelligence agents, a certain intelligence agency in the Middle East. Thank you for the donation, guys. I appreciate that.
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
To cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do, and that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
And time. With that, we're going to jump into the crossfire. This is 40 minutes, so this is fully up to you guys. If it gets too rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses. So
yeah, so this is just open discussion. That's pretty crazy. I think that's going to be a little chaotic, but maybe it makes for great viewing. I don't know. I think this is a good point from Nikolai here. He says, I'm not saying the release was great, but the idea that millions of documents can be properly assessed in even a year-long period of time is not operating in reality, in my honest opinion. I agree with your opinion. It's a lot, dude. There was a case I was working on, had something like 100,000 documents, and these guys, I think some of them were duplicates, but a lot of them were unique. Because this case, it was accumulating documents over the course of like 10 years from like a trust fund, some big like branch of an investment bank that was managing certain funds, I'm trying to figure out how I can word it so to make sure. I mean, it's all public records, so I shouldn't get in trouble. I just don't want to make it easy for people. Certain like labor union documents. It involved some like big entities, and that took like, to do like 100,000 documents took like 8 months, and like teams of lawyers and interns. So yeah, I think to do millions of documents in a year is that's insane. They fudged something for sure. That's a good point, actually. Okay, let's get to so far I think I give it like 60 to Owen and 40 to Andrew. Like neither, like Andrew did well. He was a little defensive. I think he could have taken more offense on the rebuttal. I think Owen realizes that he has like a privileged position on this, while Andrew has the nuanced position, which is like you have to slam that if you're Owen. Be like, he went to war with Iran. He said he wasn't going to go to war. He lied. He broke his promise, and he knew he was going to do a regime change to begin with. And you should just keep on slamming those, right? Bro, you're being shadow banned or something because the notification bell doesn't work for me anymore with you or Jay. I mean, that probably makes sense, dude. Well, we're probably getting reported by those liberal evangelicals, dude. I'm pretty convinced that like Gavin Ortland is a liberal, dude. This is like I've been thinking about this a lot in his worldview, and I'm realizing the Orthodox are like, you have political conservatives and political liberals. Like in the Christianity sphere, Orthodox are conservatives, evangelicals are liberals. Roman Catholics have joined them with the Vatican II ecclesiology. But yeah, dude, shocker, conservatives are shadow banned, right? Like, who knows? Like, I mean, that's a shame. So I guess that's a good segue. Guys, make sure the notification bell, the alert bell is turned on so you guys know when I go live. So, Icon Corner, if you guys didn't see, I did a double stream with Icon Corner the other day. He streamed it twice on his own channel, but he's learning how to stream. So yeah. Icon Corner does great work, Church of Christ stuff. He's also really good. He just knows his Bible really well. So good stuff. We'll do like a few more comments, then we'll go to the crossfire section. Gavin Obama land confirmed fake gay. Preach, Alex. Thank you. For real, there's nothing to gain covering for the admins. Clear dishonest. Yeah, they're lying, dude. Obviously. Okay.
It's yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
The last story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think in total that I could find, as being as charitable to your views as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot. It's a significant amount. But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church. Nothing, which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps, or more. When we talk about this idea of pedophilia,
I mean, that's hilarious. I mean, what does it have to, how does it move the ball down the court for what he has to show, which is that the Trump presidency has been successful? Maybe he'll move this. I'm making a prediction. Maybe he'll move this into like Trump's pressure against the Vatican and frame that as a success. But as it stands by itself here, this is hilarious and funny, but like not quite relevant. Could you turn the debate volume up? Yeah, my bad. It's up as high as it can. I can turn my volume down. Test. I can stay away from the mic a little bit. My bad.
Pedophilia here in the United States, Owen. This is my big issue with this, is that there's always a red herring, right? The red herring is, well, Israel repatriates pedophiles. It's like, yeah, that's true. So does the United States in a way, though. We have passport bros who they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come back here. It's the same exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no official right of return.
Yeah, this stream is getting demonetized, bro.
There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation.
How is it a red herring if it's true?
Because the red herring happens when
Didn't you admit it's hundreds?
When you say, hey, wait a second. Yeah, hundreds.
So it's a real thing. So it's not a red herring.
No, the red herring.
Yeah, this is a little off topic from the debate. I think Owen, instead of engaging with it, should have just been like, how does that help Trump again? That would have been like powerful rhetorically and probably brought it back to the topic. Out of Andrew, Alex, Nikolai, and Jay, Andrew raises children in America. Fair point. Hey, $5 from Compendium. Thank you. Demonetize this, YouTube. Yeah.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, this is the things that when you go off topic, it seems like you have nothing to say on the topic, and you're kind of like struggling to find something, which I know is not true about Andrew, but it does come across that way.
Portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the argument on the Epstein files as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran, there's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude.
Hold on a second. You just admitted you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in. They are very well
in every instance.
So they are very well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was in Australia.
Compendium says Owens is not killing Andrew, but he's not losing. I feel like Owens is like doing a slow march towards his victory. I think Andrew could turn it around if he gets like a strong moment. But I'd say it's like 60-40 in favor of Owen. Like Andrew is not out of it by any means, but he needs like a big moment.
Australian case, I'm sure you're familiar with. That was one of the big key ones, but it's not always the case that they're charged with anything. There are lots of them are just suspected of this.
Good point.
There was just an IDF security official, Alexandrovich, who just got charged, caught in a bust, and he fled over there. He's gone.
Of course, but you're going to find.
Give me a comparable story this year to the Catholic Church.
You can find the same thing.
Show me the Catholic Church. Show me the Catholic Church finding a pedophile and saying, "Come to the Catholic Church."
They moved them to other churches. What are you talking about?
To
allow them to continue to offend hundreds of thousands of cases.
So show me one name.
I'm supposed to remember every name of every.
I just gave you one name in the last year. Tom Alexandrovich, IDF security official,
that the Catholic Church doesn't move around?
No, I just said they do. I can talk about the Catholic Church all day long. But we're talking about the Trump administration dealing with the Epstein files.
This is what Owen should have said that like 2 minutes ago. Moses thinks I'm being unfair. It was you guys seem bought and paid for it. Andrew's making good points and you just dismiss them. You guys have planks blinding you. Maybe you're talking about the chat because I think I've been like pretty clear about following the points that everybody's making. Right? I literally even wrote them down and showed everybody. Like Andrew, like this is in his opening, he's talking about these things. Owen in his opening, like these are the points that he's making. Rebuttal, these are the points that Andrew has made. Like they all made a lot of points. Some of them good, some of them better than the other one. Right? I think it's the thing is that this is such a fact-intensive debate, and I think there was an opening for Andrew that if he could have strung this in a more coherent narrative, that I think although the prompt is harder for Andrew, that he could have won for sure. Andrew Wilson's arguments sound like someone who's been compromised or paid large sums of money. I don't go that far. He made some concessions, but yeah. So we got to be fair at the end of the day, right? Andrew's defense of Trump is gay. I mean, I think that's the attitude of a lot of people is like, you know, Trump is wrong in this war in Iran, and you know, again, that's like the attitude of most people here, right? So I'm just trying to analyze this for debate effectiveness, right? So we can learn how to talk and communicate to one another and to persuade people of orthodoxy ultimately, effectively.
What we're talking about. So as we're diving into the Epstein files, give me your biggest piece of proof that Donald Trump in any way knew about any pedophilia, and name actual names of people who you're willing to say are pedophiles in that administration. Go ahead.
Okay, I never made either one of those claims,
Exactly.
but I will respond to your question. Howard Lutnick lied when he said he hadn't been to the island since he found out. He got caught lying. He took his family there. This was after Epstein had already been a convicted pedophile. Now, if Donald Trump wants to claim he has plausible deniability as far as Epstein's activities are concerned, I suppose that's fair
Are you
enough.
even claiming that guy's a pedophile?
Well, you know what? If you want to talk about the things Trump has said about
Hang
his
on, answer
daughter
the question
Ivanka,
before
we can
you
talk about
obfuscate.
it. We can talk about
Answer the
Donald
question.
Trump. Hold on a second.
Are you
We
going
can
to call that guy a pedophile?
Have
or
I
no?
called Trump a pedophile once?
Well, this is why I'm getting clarification.
The answer
on
is
this.
no.
It's another good
The
point,
answer is no,
Shane.
is because on the Epstein files, people refuse to separate mythology from fact. And there's a lot of mythology here. And this mythology that you guys continuously talk about, that Trump is in some way associated with this global cabal of satanic.
I think that's a good point by Andrew that, like, look, you guys are being a little too hasty with the speculation. There's like no direct evidence associating Trump with some worldwide cabal. However, again, it's just, dude, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's a whole lot of smoke, man. And the thing is, like, there is a lot we don't know. And if you're innocent, you would think that you would just come out and say, I didn't do this. I didn't do anything. My problem is that nobody's denying this, right? That's like my whole problem with the Jeffrey McEpstein thing is that everybody's just kind of hushing up and like staying quiet about it. Like, he would think that if your name shows up there, like, okay, Piers Morgan, right? He was like, I was never there. I had nothing to do with it. I never went to the island. Yes, my name shows up in the email, but I never did anything, nor will I ever do anything. That's what I want to hear from these people, but they're not really saying that. They're just kind of being quiet.
Satanic pedophiles, but you never name names, you never give evidence. Your only evidence is they don't give us evidence. Why would you trust the evidence that these people give you anyway? Why would you even trust that anyway? You don't trust them, the evidence that they've given you so far. So why is it always the
sorry, that's a lot of pausing, but Pufferfish, feel free to mod away. You guys know already, my mods, you guys have wide discretion, and I will back you up. I support your decisions.
And it's like, I want endless evidence of a thing that we always make claims about, but can never demonstrate. Why?
Good point.
So Trump is obviously maybe mentioned more than anyone else in the files. If you want to claim that he has nothing to show illegal in the files, that's fine. Howard Lutnick, however, lied when he said he hadn't been there. He is still in the Trump administration. He was just running point for their meeting at the Oval Office just last week. And he's in the files taking his kids to Epstein Island. So would you take your kids to Epstein Island?
Miss the
Well,
fist.
Okay, so are you saying at the time there was media scrutiny that this was a pedophilic island?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Epstein had already been charged. He'd already been in jail.
Are you saying this guy took his kids to the island to get them raped?
I don't know what he took his kids to the island for.
you
He denied
know.
it. He
By the
denied
way,
it.
again, by the way,
He denied
this again
He
is
lied.
absence of evidence means that's evidence. That's not evidence.
No,
you
no,
guys
no. Did
never
Howard
will
Lutnick,
actually
hold on.
name.
Did Howard Lutnick go to the island?
I'm not sure.
He admitted it. He's in the files.
Yeah,
he took his kids.
I'm not sure on that particular, but it's irrelevant, the particular, because even if I grant the particular, you won't actually call the guy pedo because you don't have evidence. You never have evidence, just claims. Claim, 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 claim. No evidence for it. Now, I'm willing to cede a bunch of points to you. If you can show me some evidence of it, happy to do it.
I think Andrew is winning a little bit of ground here.
So you're
Trump
wait,
was,
hold on.
hang on,
Are you
I'm almost
contending-
done.
Are you
Trump was
contending-
actually right. He claimed that the Democrats were going to use the talking point that, Trump's a pedophile, Trump's covering for pedophiles, the whole 9 yards. He says, yeah, that's a hoax. Whole thing's a damn hoax. And it is. The whole damn thing is a hoax. They've been calling this guy a pedophile. You just said he's named in the, how many times is he named in the Epstein files? That's a Democrat talking point. Well, what's he named in the Epstein files for actually doing? What?
Well, there are FBI investigations that have some pretty serious claims. They never
Not
manifested
credible.
anything.
They
That's fine.
literally
That's
say not
fine.
credible.
So we're not here to have a debate over the Epstein files. But I
I mean, the Epstein files are entailed in whether Trump's presidency was successful, right? But I think this is where Andrew shines the most, is that, like, look, you're calling all these people PDF files. Show me the exact line in the Epstein files that justifies you saying that. That said, I think everybody knows that the thing is fishy. It's just that's why it's hard to pin it on an individual person, and that's what Andrew is asking for. Like, show me which person, what did they say? So I think like we all have this general awareness that there's like something evil happening at the international level, but again, it's hard to pin specific people on that. Owen has a good point. Who is taking their kid there after this is known? I think I missed something, but we got a super chat, $5 from Nobody. Thank you, Nobody, for the $5 for the donation. The difference is that the Vatican in Iran isn't our greatest ally when it comes to repatriation. It's a good point. Yes, there. Yeah, I think Owen could be stressing that a little more. Like, look, dude, why are we showing so much special treatment to Israel, especially when there's a precedent from the Democrats, I think, to be a little bit more ambivalent towards Israel, right? There is something odd going on there. That's a good point, Nobody. Thank you for the donation.
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
Brought it up as
but
a
I
reason
do
he's a
find it
failure.
odd. No, you are the one that brought it up. But I do find it odd that you're going to pretend like Howard Lutnick didn't lie about going to the island after Epstein was
I'll
convicted
even
and took his
see
kids.
the point.
Are
Even
you
if
going
I
to tell
do
me?
see
Hold on
the
a second.
point, it doesn't help your
Are
point.
you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me that Donald Trump was not friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
He was initially friends with Jeffrey
So-
Epstein,
so
but
he
he
is-
also banned him from his properties.
That's fine, and he might have helped bring him in.
Hang on,
too.
he banned him from his properties, and he was also front and center at pointing out to people that Epstein was a creep. That's one. And two, everything that's mentioned in the files, Michael Tracy has done great work on this. He's gone through them ad nauseum.
So
the
have I.
things which are put in there about Trump are ridiculous on their face.
Hold
And
on
the
a
claims
second.
from various people about Trump are noted inside of these files most of the time as being not credible at all.
Here's what's credible. Alex Acosta is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart deal. It was so bad of a deal that they had to re-examine it and re-arrest Jeffrey Epstein and put him back in jail in New York City.
Which administration did that happen
Where he
under?
was ultimately killed.
Yeah, which administration did that happen under?
The Trump administration.
That's right. He got
which is actually
rearrested
starting
under
to
the
look a
Trump
little more
administration.
suspicious. It's actually starting to look a little more suspicious now. Yeah.
How is that more suspicious? So
He
Acosta-
died in jail.
What administration?
How did he
Acosta,
die in jail?
What administration did Acosta?
Trump's.
Was he in when he cut the deal?
He wasn't in office. Trump wasn't in office.
Yeah.
Acosta
Whose
was an
administration?
attorney.
Whose administration was that under?
Obama's.
Obama. So Obama, we have Acosta, goes ahead and gives him the sweetheart deal, right, under Obama. Under the Trump administration, they rearrest Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that amazing? The guy protecting the pedophiles.
So the person that Trump brought into his.
This seems a little tertiary to the main topic. Can't say probably. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. You have to speak definitively in debates like this and show that you have confidence, right? I don't think you need to qualify, but I will never I will never vote again. Yikes, dude. Don't be superstitious, just a little stitious. This debate is why there's a black pill epidemic going on. This is ridiculous. Yeah. I'm late. How's the debate going? I would say leaning towards Shroyer at this time. But Andrew still has an opportunity to win. Like, he's not that far behind, I don't think.
His administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to rearrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First
So
of
look,
all,
whether Trump-
he wasn't even
hold on.
accused of pedophilia. What he was accused of was localized trafficking in Florida. And yes, people have been cut sweetheart deals for that. You're full of it.
Okay, so your stance is
so
your stance is Epstein was not a pedophile and there's nothing in the Epstein files. Because I don't want to debate this the whole time.
I didn't say that. My stance is that there's bold claims which are made, and I can see you running from it. I don't blame you for running from the claims.
This isn't the
But you
debate.
can't-
I'm not
don't
here-
have
I mean,
evidence.
I can. You're on.
Is it a failure of
This
Trump's
is
or not?
worse. Absolutely.
agree.
Well, then it's part of the
There
debate.
should be dozens of Epstein
Then
arrests.
it's part of the
They are
debate.
literally
Of who?
covering it up.
Tell me who.
Exactly. They've redacted
Exactly.
the names.
Who should we be arresting? Exactly.
I'd love
What does
to
that
know.
mean?
Why are all the names redacted from the files?
Because
Why haven't they
I'll
given
tell
us
you.
all the files?
I'll actually tell you. And if you've done your due diligence, you would know this.
Oh, because they're victims.
No. Because victims advocacy groups and lawyers have tied this thing up like nobody's business. Again, Michael Tracy's done the
And no
research on
pedophiles
this.
go to jail.
Which pedophiles should go to jail?
The ones that they've redacted. So
What
did
are their
Epstein-
names?
So Epstein trafficked kids to no one.
No, Epstein was getting kids.
So Epstein-
Ghislaine was trafficking kids to him.
Okay, so Epstein raped all the kids. No one else did.
Name a single person he trafficked you to.
They're all redacted from the files. What are you
The
talking about?
files
You
don't
can
even
see,
indicate
you
that.
can
Who?
see in the emails. He says, "I have girls. How old do you want them? I have girls. I don't like yellow. I want Russian." It's all right there.
That's not him. There's nothing to do with pedophilia, as far as you know. Show me some
As
evidence.
far as you know, it does.
Wait a second. Absence of evidence is not evidence. Do you agree with that?
No, I'm using your logic against you. If you're saying
My
it
logic
doesn't
works
prove
for
anything,
me and not for you.
okay, so I'll accept this because I don't want to debate. So Epstein was not a pedophile. He was not trafficking children. Anybody. He was not friends with
I'm willing
Trump.
to see
They're
that
not
Trump-
covering up.
I'm willing
They're
to
not covering
see-
up the file.
Okay, massive L, Andrew. I mean, let's try to look at the merits of what they're saying, right? And not like you disagree with the general sentiment of what he's arguing, right? We can disagree with Andrew and still like be open to learning, right? Just want to go through some comments here. Trump has also been more of an idea or attitude than an actual political mover, to be honest. I think there's a lot of truth to that. He said the White House staffer took his own kid to the island after Epstein was charged. That's pretty nasty. I don't know who would do that, dude. That's crazy. $5 from Pseudo Build. Thank you very much.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
Hey, man, I haven't received my payments from Iran since the war started. Trump, please stop the war. I can't keep these super chats up without them. Please, Trump, how am I going to monetize these people if you war Iran? Stop warring Iran. Yeah, what a bad clip from Ruslan, dude. Can't believe that. Everybody's saying, Alex, you took it out of context. Did I? Let's say the context changed. Did the person change? No, Ruslan is still the same person. This is why Jay is correct with staying away from this low-level politics debating the history and geopolitical theologies guiding this people. Yeah, he's spot on. Jay is spot on that politics is downstream of theology, right? So the idea is if we can get everybody, not everybody, but I mean at least a good portion of the country to Orthodox Christianity, and we fix that like most fundamental perception of the world, that there is a personal God, that he loves you, that he wants you to join his heavenly family, right? I think that will change a lot of people's views on these downstream political issues, like unaliving babies in the womb, this demonic cabal of moving children around the globe for heinous purposes. I think Jay is like spot on that we have to address the root issue here. Like, I think this work that Andrew does is necessary, and it has certainly opened up the debate. I don't want to discount him by any means. He definitely opened up the arena to a lot of people, and by taking such a harsh polemic approach, it made it easier for people who have a more mild approach, like myself, to get involved in these discussions, right? So he like shifted the Overton window, and I will be like myself, and I think Cassian from Barrel Aged Faith, and like these other guys. Who else? Icon Corner, Orthodox Kyle, like, because these guys are pushing the Overton window so much, it opens an opportunity for us as well. Second Actuality said Owen should press Andrew on the specificities of the files. Yeah, I think he should, but maybe he doesn't know. That's the thing. If you don't know, you don't want to ask a question or make a statement that you're unsure is true, and you don't want to ask a question that you don't know the answer to already, right? You need to have receipts for like everything you say. I got a 6 months membership from Compendium. Thank you for the 6 months, dude. Appreciate your loyalty. In my opinion, Andrew is blinded by hatred of Democrats the same way apostate prophet is blinded by his hate for Islam. Both have valid points, but also false. That's the thing, is that you can't ever. I'm not saying Andrew is guilty of this, because I don't follow him that much. I'm mostly seeing clips in like some long form debates, but not all of them, just a few of them. So what I've seen is good, but you can't stand for an antithesis to something. Like, that's not enough. You have to stand for something. So, like, as you guys know, on Thursday, I'm going to be debating metaphysics, Mike, on Modern Day Debates on whether Unitarianism or Trinitarianism is correct. I think one of the weaknesses that Unitarianism has is that it doesn't actually have a unified position on what they believe. Each Unitarian is their own special snowflake. They don't all believe the same thing. Every single one of them believes different things. So they don't necessarily stand for something. They're just against Trinitarianism. And like in the same way that if your worldview is guided by, well, I don't want this, that's not enough. It's not strong enough. It's not going to persuade people. So that's a good point, Compendium. Let's get back to the crossfire section here.
I'm willing to see the distinction between the mythology of Epstein trafficking children to all of these various pedophiles is a mythology. I'm also willing to see that Epstein himself may very well have been a pedophile, but it seemed like the trafficking was going to him. And you have no proof to the alternative of that. And even when you point at Acosta,
So what is
this
Epstein
happens
doing?
under Obama, rearrested under Trump. Trump's the only one who released any Epstein files at all, signed in the Epstein Transparency Act.
Yeah,
Congress
after,
also
after they
pushed forward.
after they redacted them for weeks, they still haven't
Because of
released everything.
victims.
They still haven't released everything, by
Yeah.
the way.
How would Trump unredact them? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they shouldn't be redacted at all.
Yeah, but how would Trump unredact them?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. I think he calls them and says, "Hey,
No.
unredact these."
No,
names."
that's the judicial branch. That's a different branch of government.
And he can call them and tell
Trump's
them
allowed
to
to do that with classified documents. Not allowed to do that with redactions. Those redactions are going through the judiciary. So what should Trump do here?
He can easily declassify. He can easily release everything.
They're not classified. They're redacted.
Then why aren't they released?
He did release them.
Not
He
all of
released
them.
millions of documents.
Not all of them.
And not only that, again, how would he get them unredacted? Tell me.
Not even all of them. They're
Tell
not
me
even
how
all
he
released.
get them unredacted. How?
It's very simple. You bring out the investigators and you simply read the names that are redacted. That's all you got.
You mean like they did in front of a press club, and those poor guys who weren't actually pedophiles got
That was-
calls and threats and everything else?
that happened to one guy?
Yeah,
That
but I
happened to
mean,
one guy.
that's reading the names of people who aren't even related to it.
Okay,
This
so-
is the problem,
So
man.
this is good. So you're satisfied with the Epstein files?
I didn't say satisfied, but I'm pointing out that I'm not willing to make claims that Donald Trump's a bad guy based on redactions that he's not responsible for. You can't tell me how he should unredact them. You can't tell me
It's
who
very
the,
simple.
who
I want
the
all the
victims are.
files.
You
Show
can't
me
tell me
all
any
the
of
files.
this.
I
What do you
do,
mean the victims
gentlemen,
go in front of Congress
I do
every
wanna-
freaking day?
I only want to jump in just because, given that we have only 40 minutes for the open dialogue, though it's been epic so far. I just want to be sure if there are other topics you want to cover. We have 28 minutes left.
I would
yeah.
say,
Can we
would
move on
say
to the economy?
Epstein files is a debacle and a disaster for
The
President Trump.
releasing of the Epstein files was a debacle. I agree with that. The problem is that what I'll never accept is lack of evidence being evidence of a thing. And while you pretend that there's a global pedophilic ring that you have no evidence of controlling the United States, I can show you a global pedophilic ring which exists right out in the open that Trump's blowing up right now.
So Epstein didn't put a bunch of security cameras in all of his places. That didn't happen. He wasn't working with Maxwell, the daughter of the top
Yes,
Israeli
he worked with
spy.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Yes, there were security cameras in his various places. All of that is correct. That's, again, you asking
that's called
questions,
evidence.
not providing evidence.
So why does he do that for?
Wait, there's cameras here. What's that evidence
This is an
of?
event. This is a televised
Yeah, but what's that?
event. Why-
What's the evidence of?
Who is Epstein televising what's going on in his room?
He
to?
wasn't televising anybody. Got any proof?
So why are there cameras installed?
Because the same reason rich people have cameras all over their houses.
So he has them in all of his bedroom secret cameras?
What secret cameras? Can you show them?
Yeah, they're in the emails. He literally hired IDF security people to put secret cameras in all of his rooms.
No,
It's well
no.
known. He
You're
had a damn
you're
security
talking about
room
in
with
one
monitors
specific-
in his
yeah,
mansions.
You're talking about one specific instance in one specific room, by the way, not in all of his properties and not in the Florida properties. And those are the ones where he got convicted of all.
Yeah, so we're getting into the minutia about stuff here, which is Andrew's talking about the stuff Andrew wants to talk about. So this overall is good for him. He may claw his way back out of this one. $5 from Octavian. Chat, hit the like, sub, and send. Hit the goal. Hey, man. Yeah. I love it. Thank you for the 5 months membership, Octavian. He got some other interesting comments in the chat. It's true. Andrew's doing a great job poking holes, but overall, it's an impossible stance to defend. It's a hard stance to defend, dude. It is a hard one. That's true. Andrew should watch Jay Tyler more. He'd learn a lot. They're good friends, from what I gather. I'm curious as to Alex's political views. I'm a Christian. I'm an Orthodox Christian. That's my political view. I think that's where all of our political opinions should stem from. This was actually a good portion for Andrew because Owen is doing a lot of straw manning. Yeah, Andrew's winning the framing and optics battle at this exchange by separating facts from allegations. Yeah, I think that's good too. That's where he kind of shines. Politics is the religion of the midwit. Okay, you guys are going to judge me here because I have a story I can relate to. So my wife and I, we were watching Love is Blind. I know it's trash TV. It's utter garbage, but sometimes you got to turn your brain off. Just watch some trash. I know, fine. Maybe I should not encourage this behavior. Okay, you got me. I confess. Nonetheless, there was a lady on that show, one of the contestants, who all she was concerned with was the BLM movement with unaliving babies. I'm like, man, this is her religion. Like, this is what forms the foundation of her worldview is politics. And I think second actuality, you're spot on. It is the religion of the midwit. Absolutely. 100%. And it's more and more is becoming the religion of the average secular person. which is horrible because, 50 years ago, it would just be some like generic mainline Christianity, right? Where at the very least, at least for the big holidays, they would go to church and reflect upon their life and like, what have they been doing? Now people never do that ever. Father Ron, Christ is risen. Truly, he is risen. It's a funny one from Silver. He says the Overton garage door, maybe. Alex, are you wearing the suit to the debate? You know what? Just because you asked, Marco, I can do that. I can wear that the suit to the debate. Good to see you, Marco. I'm glad you're here. Grits Carlton, $5. When you erase God, all that's left is revolution, chaos, and false saviors. Father, soon to be saint, for Seraphim Rose. That's a great quote, man. I love that one. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate all you guys' feedback. You guys have good things to say on these topics. I appreciate your opinions.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
Thank you, guys.
All these things. So what are you talking about? You're talking about a completely unrelated thing to what I'm asking you. Do you have evidence that Trump was part of a global pedophilic ring or that anybody was?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
Give me your best piece.
The Epstein files.
Best piece in the Epstein files.
The whole freaking thing. What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay, so hold on. So was Epstein convicted?
Not a pedophilia.
Yes, he was.
Okay, who?
Was Maxwell convicted?
Who? I'm sorry.
Was Maxwell
I'm sorry. When was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
Epstein, jail.
Yeah, it was like, wasn't that like a decade before?
Maxwell,
when
jail.
was Epstein
Jean-Luc
convicted
Brunel,
of pedophilia?
jail.
When was
Two of them committed suicide
when was Epstein
in jail.
Convicted of pedophilia?
I think whatever the first charge was in 2007 in Florida.
That's not. He wasn't convicted for pedophilia.
Trafficking children isn't pedophilia.
First of all,
so now you're saying Epstein wasn't a pedophile?
He was doing underage. There was one or two of the underage prostitutes that came from the school. That's true. But
So
I think
that's underage.
I think they were 16, 17, not prepubescent children. It's a whole different ballgame. He wasn't convicted of pedophilia.
Okay. So Epstein wasn't a pedophile. Glad we got there.
I didn't say Epstein wasn't a pedophile. I said you haven't given us any proof he is. Got some?
Yeah, there's no proof Epstein wasn't a pedophile.
Oh, I'm going to use an argument from
He
incredulity.
killed himself in jail. Nothing to see here. And we should probably pardon Maxwell, too.
I'm totally incredulous, but I have no evidence of my claims.
Just because the economy is another topic we might want to cover still while we have time. We do still have about 25 minutes.
Anyway, so I try to operate off a facts basis. What happened, I'll just sum this up real quick, and then I'll give you the last word on it, to be fair. I'll just summarize it very quickly on Epstein. Epstein very well could have been a pedophile and likely was himself a pedophile. But when you make these claims about demonic global pedophile rings which control the United States, yeah, I want some evidence. I do. And I'm not willing to throw the president of the United States.
Isn't that a little self-evident, dude? From the way they were talking about pizzas and whatever. This is crazy, dude. Another $5 from Backseat Sauce Man. Retired pro wrestlers or college football coaches? College football coaches, dude. Unanimous 556 says very close debate. I think it's close, but Shroyer is still slightly ahead. Andrew is clawing his way back in this discussion section. I actually think this was pretty weak from Andrew. It's the same mistake atheists make when they point to a lack of empirical evidence. What we already know is damning enough. Yeah, I think general skepticism is not enough for the Epstein files, but Andrew does make a good point to like ask Andrew, hey, this is a debate. You should have your sources ready. Show me the line from the Epstein files. Show it to me. Right? I don't get why Andrew Wilson's choosing to die on this hill. I think maybe when you become too powerful at debates, you're like, dude, let me see how much I can get away with, right? Like, how good am I at debating? I remember in the courtroom when like after year 2 or 3, I won some motions that I did not think I should win. And I was like, yeah, how far can my powers take me? It's kind of like a hubris hill you have to get over for sure. The whole freaking thing is a tarded thing to say. I agree. That's not enough because Andrew's asking for like a specific line and he's just like the whole thing. Yeah, well, that's not enough. That's not good enough. I agree. But that said, there is a lot of circumstantial stuff for what's going on in the files. $15 from Terrence. Thank you, man. Would it be acceptable if I call in later to ask for your defense of the apparent lack of humility and such in the debate environment? Yeah, we can talk about debates. Not trying to be a turd, just a confused, bleeding heart tart. Yeah, that's fine. You got to clip Dyer for your soundboard and get accretions from that. That's a good idea. Accretions. And we got $5 from 40 Crush. The Epstein files say Biden was unalived in 2019 and replaced with an actor. No way, bro. Look up Bidan. It's in the files, so it must be true, according to Owen. Yeah, I think there's a lot of nonsense in those files, dude. I wonder if it's just put there as a distraction. I think there's some points from Andrew that not everything in the files are credible. Good points, guys. And thank you for the donations and the super chats and the memberships. Thank you, everybody.
That I voted for under the bus without any evidence. I'm not. So, you know, if you want to tie it off, you can.
Well, I'll just say we also saw in the Democrat emails spirit cookings and children in the hot tub entertainment. So, but there's no evidence of pedophile rings.
You're talking about
sure
Podesta spirit cooking?
I'm sure
the big art project
right,
spirit cooking?
That's right.
Yes, Leon Podesta, who was part of a massive art project
into...
for spirit cooking, along with, how about we talk about Rocket Pizza? Did they have babies underneath there, Owen? Did they have children in the basement, Owen?
Good opportunity to go into the economy.
Yeah. All right. So, moving into this, I just got a single question for you. Owen, how would eliminating mass migration into a net negative not cause economic downturn or higher prices? How is that even possible?
Well, it's actually, there's a simpler fix to that. And that is you have to cut taxes. You have to cut them significantly. You have to cut them immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Americans are paying roughly 30% of the money that they make plus the property that they own. That number needs to be single digits tops. And a lot of Americans will have a little more money to take care of their bills and take care of their family. But we're not really having that happen. Now, I feel like this whole argument is assuming that Americans don't want these jobs.
No, it's assuming they do. In fact, my argument to you is just, I'll simply state it. If it's the case that we bring in, I don't know, 100,000 immigrants tomorrow to California, let's say, okay, and they're willing to take $10 an hour less than the Americans who are there, would you agree with me that that'll probably save you prices in goods and services from whatever that corporation is or company?
Probably,
yeah, probably. So like if you took McDonald's and you paid them $25 an hour, your cheeseburger is going to get more expensive. You agree with that? Mm-hmm. So you can offset that with immigrant labor. Do you agree that that's likely true?
Yes, but I don't believe that's the solution.
I agree with you. But if it is in fact the case that Trump is doing his job, which it seems like he is, since we have negative net migration, why wouldn't it be the case that if we're deporting all these illegals and they're self-deporting at an overwhelming rate, of course your localized food prices are going to go up because most of these jobs are now going to Americans. In fact, this is exactly what Cato is saying. They're saying we're getting hurt mostly in the economy because Trump is not even letting legal immigrants come in. I thought that was what we wanted, man. We want to stop that legal and illegal immigration. But it's like, not if your fried chicken's going to go up 30 cents. What?
I think that's a strong rhetorical point. Or Andrew trying to say that you can't have it both ways. That said, everybody just wants lower prices, dude. Gas prices isn't expensive because of deportations, though. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like, it may be a factor on the broader economy, but I mean, gas has to do with oil. Oil has to do with the war in Iran. Like, this is kind of, everybody kind of knows this. Good arguments here by Andrew. Yeah, I think he's clawing his way back into it. I'd still give the edge to Shroyer at this time. But no evidence that we are deporting anyone. Is that true? Don't we have sheets of paper from the government with numbers going up or something? Isn't that enough evidence? I'll pay way more for mass deportations. It's crazy.
What are you talking about? We want that, right?
Well, the deportation numbers are not where they need to be. I don't know how much that falls into the economic realm of things. Obama deported more people than Trump, so we're not.
There was a lot more people to deport.
But I think that there's other reasons for that. I think that this gets into the let's say failures at the Department of Justice, which maybe they're just starting to get into with the SPLC, but I don't know. We'll see about that if we come back to that. We're being told as Americans, hey, buck up and pay more for gas. It's this war in Iran. You've got to buck up. It's your patriotic duty to pay more for gas. That is a war that's being fought in the foreign and special interests. Do you think Americans might be willing, instead of paying another extra $1 per gallon of gasoline, maybe an extra 10 cents for a cheeseburger if they know that means Americans are taking the job? I mean, that's essentially what we're being
But most
asked.
Americans don't know that because even people on my side are running around saying Trump's not deporting enough people, even though we have a net negative in migration right now. Those jobs,
we have a closed border.
Hang on, those jobs, yes, a closed border and net negative migration, legal and illegal. More people are leaving than coming. That's for the first time we finally got that. It's like, yeah, prices are going to go up from that. You know this. Why not be honest with people? If that's the case,
no,
and
prices
then we're
went
talking
up
about gas.
from
Hang on, I'm almost done.
Prices went up from tariffs.
Okay.
Prices went up.
You
from
want to get
energy.
into tariffs? We can do that in a second, but let's start with the gas prices. All you're doing is pitting Trump against Trump. On the Biden level, at his top, do you know what the gas prices were?
About right where they're at now.
Nope. Way more. They were over $5.50. Yeah, they're $1 cheaper right now at the peak of Trump than they were at the peak of Biden. So you're only comparing Trump's gas prices to Trump's gas prices. Because if you compare them to the Democrat, they were still way higher. I mean, way higher.
But
now,
when did the price go up?
Trump speculation mostly.
No, when did the price go up?
Oh, I thought you said why did the price
No,
go
when?
up?
When did
the price has been going up steadily and decreasing
Since we
steadily.
attacked Iran.
Yes, correct. Due to what? Market speculation. And you can't control speculators, and neither can Trump. It's not because we have some supply shortage of oil. Where's our shortage? Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes to China. So we have no shortage, but our oil prices go up. Why? Because of speculation. And you just completely omit that. Not only do you omit that, but you omit this other part, which is you still haven't explained how it is that we're going to have net negative migration and prices aren't going to go up. They
Trump,
are.
Hold
right?
on a second. Trump is the one that claimed that he could get gas prices down.
He
He's
did.
the one that made that claim.
And
it
he
hasn't
did.
happened.
If they're lower than Biden's peak by $1.
No.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't even know if we've seen Trump's peak. If this war in Iran doesn't end,
you can't just say, well, I'm incredulous. They may go up more. They're actually going down. They've been going down steadily.
gas prices are going down.
Yes, they're going to be going down. Yes, and speculators, by the way, are speculating that, which is why they're going to be going down. Interestingly enough, when we're talking about oil prices, though, and gas prices, yes, at Biden's peak, they were $1 more than they are the national average right this second as we're talking. I even made sure this morning before we came in, just to be sure. And yes, that is in fact the case. So it's like you're only comparing Trump to Trump, and even with him blowing the shit out of pedophiles in Iran, like the Ayatollah Khomeini, he still managed to give you $1 cheaper gas than Joe Biden did.
But
Is that true? Were the gas prices higher under? Oh, I have to look it up. Were gas prices higher under Biden than under Trump's second term? Who had a higher peak? I'm asking ChatGPT. Okay, this is interesting. Were gas prices? Am I sharing this? Okay, let me zoom in a bit. You guys can follow it a little better. Yes, gas prices were generally higher under Biden than under Trump, including Trump's second term so far. Biden also had the higher peak. That's interesting. Overall averages. Are we interested in averages? First term average has been around 360 during Joe Biden. That's pretty crazy. Biden peak around 2022 is about $5 per gallon. That's crazy. The highest ever recorded. Trump, the second term peak, 2026 so far, around $4 to $4.10 per gallon during the Iran-related spike. That's interesting. Huh. Biden's peak was higher by roughly $1 per gallon. Well, I did not realize that. I definitely would have said that it's higher under... Oh, you guys think this is cap? The second actuality says it's almost 6 near me. Oh, it's cap. Why are we comparing the peak of Biden and Trump, but not at the start of Trump's administration? Yeah, that's a good point, too. It's a multifactorial equation, right? You'll have such recency bias. So some people are saying they have 7, 8, and that that ChatGPT is wrong. So there's never been 5 before in Denver. Yeah, maybe they're talking about averages. I don't know. Average peak, maybe. It's not cap. These guys live in California. Maybe it's like average peak. I don't know. I pay more now than I did under Biden. Anyway, the price is too high. The price has to go low. It's national average. Yeah, it's probably what it is. The national average is 411. Yeah, they're giving national average peak. Yeah, that's what I thought.
You just said it wasn't Trump. You just said it was the speculators. Now you're giving credit to Trump. So I don't know what, I'd like a little consistency.
Okay, so wait a second. So you're going to blame it on Trump instead of the speculators. But when I say even under those circumstances, it's $1 cheaper, that can't be because of Trump.
Let's be clear. No. Here's
I want the consistency.
Here's my metric.
Yeah.
Trump said on his campaign he would get gas prices down.
He did.
He hasn't done it.
Yes, he has.
He's even admitted that we had to take a detour off of America First to do this war. He said it's over. It's not a war.
He
it is
has
a war.
gotten
We won
the gas
war.
prices
Still,
down.
gas
What are you
prices have
talking
gone
about?
up since we started the war.
Yes,
So,
gas prices went up when we started the war due to market speculation.
so Trump started
I
a war,
agree.
and now gas prices are higher. That's
Yeah,
a
but
fact.
you're only comparing Trump to Trump. And if you're going to compare him to Biden,
I'm comparing,
gas is
Trump,
still
I'm
cheaper than
comparing
the
this
Democrats.
administration to this administration.
Exactly.
Gas prices have gone up since he started this war.
Yes, and if you follow Trump's plan, gas prices are likely going to bottom out because he has control
I
over
hope.
oil there,
That's a nice
control
hope.
over oil in Venezuela.
That's a nice
He has
hope.
control over all of it.
Venezuela
Sorry.
won't be ready for probably months.
But we still have control of it. What did I say? The future will go down.
We'll see.
Why?
I hope that's the
Speculators
case.
say
I hope that's the
same
case, but that's not the case right now. And Americans are struggling financially, and now here we are.
Yeah, I think that was a strategy going in the filth. I think that's right.
another war in the Middle East, and we're sick of it.
Are you going to blame market speculators?
I'm going to blame Trump for getting us into another war on Israel's behalf. Yes, I am going to blame Trump for that. He did that.
So help me out here. Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
No. We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles.
You want to make sure that their lives didn't get raped? But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay, so it is a war.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval?
over the word, even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. He killed one of the most major ones who's ever existed since the late 1970s. He
was friends with
He
Epstein,
put it
was
inside
probably
of the
bigger.
Constitution of Iran that you can marry 9-year-old girls, dude. And by the way, Khomeini,
That's good.
Khomeini,
So-
hang on, almost done. Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. Perhaps by the lunar cycle could have been 14. His son was married to a 14 or 15-year-old. A lot of his high command were married to children as well. Trump killed all of them.
That's pretty crazy. I did not know that literally all of them were married to children. Sophist arguments from Owen. You are all following for black pilled propaganda. I don't think it's a black pilled. I think we just want a righteous Byzantine emperor like Saint Justinian is what we're all looking for, and that is going to be just a little more principled, because it looks like Trump, for all the pros that are for him, all the points that he has working for him, he it doesn't seem he's as principled as in his first term. And I think we can see that because he's catering to Israeli interests, right?
All of them without a single boot on the ground.
Great. And I'm sure after we've killed thousands of Iranians, including young schoolgirls and the entire family, I'm sure that the Iranians are going to be less radicalized because of that. So I'm not
Radicalized?
mad.
What do you mean? How do you get more radicalized than marrying children, dude?
What do you think they're going to
What
stop?
are you talking about?
You think they're going to stop?
No, well, I'm just saying, how do you get more radical? You're like, oh, the Iranians are going to get more radicalized than marrying kids?
Well,
Like,
let's
oh,
see,
the
how many
United
times-
States blowing up the pedophiles is going to
Hold
really
on.
make
How many countries has Iran been bombing this year?
Well, Iran is a state-sponsored terrorism. You agree with
And
that?
is Israel a state sponsor of terrorism?
I think that Israel's done many terrorist
Is
actions.
America a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America generally is a state-sponsored terrorism.
Okay, well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming moderate rebels that turned into
In
ISIS
American
and turned into
interests, yes,
ISIL.
that's correct.
So America backs these proxy groups. The CIA backs these proxy
But that was
groups
due
all
to
over the
Bush
planet.
doctrine. Most of
And
that
now
was
Trump
due to-
isn't. Now Trump is Bush.
Trump has when? Where's the forever war?
We're in the Middle East.
Not a single boot on the ground.
We've been in the Middle East the
Not-
majority of Trump's
Is there a
administration.
single boot on the ground in Iran?
We have been at a war
Answer
in
the question,
Iran
bro.
since.
Is there a single boot on? Okay, where?
That's like
Where?
all over the Middle East. We got boots on the
No,
ground.
in
all over.
Iran.
We
In
got
Iran.
boots on the ground.
Where's our
in the
invasionary
strait?
force?
We got people in the strait. We're talking about going to Card Island.
Oh, we had 7,000 people.
That's how Andrew's deciding the topics that they talk about. Like, that's just overall not good for Owen. This is starting to look more like a draw to me. That said, it's not over yet. I think the rebuttal probably goes to the openings. I'd say were pretty even. The rebuttal I would give to Owen. This back and forth section, it started off more in favor of Owen, but as we go more into the weeds, it seems like Andrew's taking over. Legend of the East to $7.99. Thank you very much. Debate tip for Meta Mike. I know you probably don't need any help. That's not true. But he really looks at the original Greek, etc. So heads up so you don't get blindsided. Well, thank you for the advices. I appreciate that. That said, I don't want to disclose who is helping me prep for this debate. I probably have the most qualified person on this topic who's willing to go back and forth with me and help me prep for this. Like, literally the most informed, experienced, qualified person out of all the people that are out there to talk on this topic. So I'm hoping to have him on a stream after so you guys can talk to him. He is like, I'll bet it's Christian Mario. Yes. In fact, it is. It's Father Stephen or Father Ron. No, I think you guys are going to like who it is. And I'm hoping to have him on for a stream after the debate. But you guys, I know you guys love this guy. So there is somebody who may have gotten this correct in the chat. I'll leave it at that. I don't think you guys have anything to worry about.
People there, and now there's 10,000 people there. Where's the big invasionary force to take over Iran?
So, okay,
Where's
fine,
that?
I'll tell you what.
Where's that?
If they do go into Iran, what will you say?
Yeah. Well, at that point, I'm done.
Okay, fair enough.
It is the case.
Fair enough.
I've
Yes,
drawn the line
that's
for
right.
myself that if there's
We
a
miss
ground invasion
Christian
in Iran,
Mario.
that would be a continuation.
about casualties?
Hang on. That would be a continuation of the Bush policies.
What about casualties?
Hang on. Let me finish the point, and I'll get casualties too. If it's the case that there's a mass ground invasion of Iran, then yeah, I would have full support then, because that would be a continuation of Bush forever war doctrine. However, limited strikes like what we saw in Venezuela, or 6 to 8 weeks, which is what we're seeing right now, that's not enough to pull my support from this president, especially with all of his success in domestic policy. Even if I grant you, and I'm not a fan of the war, I'm not an advocate of it, but even if I granted that it's the worst thing he could have possibly done, it's not going to change the fact he's been a successful president. His domestic policies alone in eliminating crime and mass migration and being a net negative, that's what people wanted more than anything. It wasn't just the forever wars, it was the mass migration. That's what
I think moving forward in this crossfire portion, it's Nathan Rager. Is somebody who is experienced and highly qualified. I think you guys will love it. Why are we saying Ruslan? Dude, I don't know, but it's funny, dude. I think, okay, back to the debate. I'm supposed to be reacting and giving you guys something educational and valuable to get from this. I think Andrew needs to go back in time for the rest of this crossfire portion and talk about, he needs to go back to the judges that he got on the Supreme Court, the overturning Roe v. Wade, coming down on crime. This is true. It's John Hagee. That is who it is.
what Trump always harped on. And he's been after it and after it and after it. And he did deploy the National Guard to protect these various centers in these cities while ICE was removing these people from the nation. Democrats did everything that they could do to stop them, including court cases, terrorism against them, and everything else in between. So it's like all of those show me that the guy's very successful, even if I granted to you how bad Iran is.
Well, I think that they made a major blunder on the deportations because now they're basically stopping them. They should have gone after the Democrats first. Quite frankly, they should have been arresting Democrats for treason. Alejandro Mayorkas should have been the first arrest. He should have been called in front of Congress. And you're a little too late going after the SPLC, in my opinion, which is now being, funny enough, it's actually being directed at the right. They're now using this SPLC thing to claim that anybody that's a dissident on the right is paid for by leftists and needs to be censored. That seems to be the theme with that. But they should have gone after all of these groups right out of the gate, Andrew. They should have gone after all the Catholic charity groups, all the Jewish charity groups, all these groups all along the Rio Grande, all of these groups on the southern border, all the Democrats that brought them in, all the Biden administration brought them in. All of them should have been hauled to jail.
Yeah,
and they weren't.
Except they have due process, Owen.
And what process have they started?
Hang on.
They haven't even started the process.
So how do you know the SPLC?
Because there's no results.
Tell me, how long were you aware of the SPLC investigation?
What are the charges? They're
Hang
all
on, let's walk through this. When were you aware of the SPLC investigation? When
Right,
they released it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when they released it. You're not aware of what the Trump Justice Department is investigating or not investigating.
Show me the evidence.
He said
You're the one who wants to talk about. There's no
hang on,
evidence in
he
your
said-
claim. Lack
he
of
said-
evidence, lack of claim.
Hang on. He said multiple times that he wants to bring James Comey up on charges, right? He said multiple times that he wants to go after
Those
these
charges
people,
got dropped.
instructing his Justice Department to investigate these things. We're finally
Orthopope was vindicated on SPLC. That's right. He was vindicated. Optics are high. Yeah, Shroyer looks good, dude. Shroyer looks good. He looks it's gonna sound gay. He looks vivacious. Taco Talks. It is not Taco Talks, no. Somebody with more formal training. Yeah, Andrew is retaking control. I think so too. It's kind of a lose-lose debate. It should have talked it out themselves, but alas, it's how both of them make their living, so I get it. Well, also people are interested to see them go at it, right? So there's an entertainment aspect to it as well, where like it's going to be educational, and I think at the end they're going to be able to shake hands on this. That's a good point. Andrew has turned the whole debate around. Yeah, this is where Andrew thrives in these details. Andrew is, and just the things with Andrew is that he will just like know the facts, right? And you can't really replace that. Andrew's turning the debate around. I think he could win and remain undefeated, undisputed mixed debate artist. Yeah, like MMA or something. But
finally starting to see the fruit. My evidence is we're finally seeing the fruit with the SPLC. I'm guaranteeing you that there's going to be other organizations which are indicted for various things like this. This is exactly what it is.
Good
that you said
point.
that you wanted. It's at least a step in the right direction.
They've only been charged for financial crimes. They need to be charged for
So was Al
treason.
Capone.
They need to be charged for treason.
Yeah, Al Capone. Al Capone was not charged for his mob hits or for bootlegging.
Wait,
This guy is charged with financial
You're not
crimes.
comparing Al Capone to
I'm telling you
15
that
million invasion
if
of
it's
this
the
country.
case that you go to jail for 15
Al Capone is more of an American than Mayorkas.
If you go to jail for 15 years for the crime of murder or to jail for 15 years for the crime of for some type of financial fraud, you can prove the one but not the other. Which one would you go after?
I would go for it all. That's what the feds do. That's
No,
what they did to me.
you wouldn't. If you could prove the one but not the other, you would go after the one you could
No,
prove.
they always overcharge so they can get you a plea and get their incarceration rate and get their conviction rate. I would know.
this is generally correct.
Oh, I've been through it before.
Sure.
Regardless, we're talking about almost 2 years into this administration and no deep state arrests. None.
Who do you want to see arrested?
I just told you Mayorkas. There's one.
How?
How about the Obama administration? how about John Brennan? How about James Clapper? How about James
Tell
Comey?
me what your process would be to arrest them.
Okay, first of all, Dan Bongino, who was the deputy director at the FBI, spent 8 years writing books and doing a podcast
He did.
all about arresting these people. He
Uh-huh.
gets in there and does none of it.
Yeah,
So
the
did
same
he,
Dan Bongino who talked about what was going on in the Epstein files ad nauseum, how none of it made
and then
sense.
changed his mind.
Because he went in and saw. Here's what's funny. Why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration from the private sector, especially somebody like Dan Bongino? If it's the case that he goes in, looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, actually, I got this wrong, and you guys fucking crucify him for it. You crucify him for saying, look, I got this wrong. And it's like, why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration if that's going to be the case, Owen?
Imagine that. You give us a little peek into what's going on in the Epstein files, and it makes people even more aware and more suspicious, and then you say there's no there there. If anything, our peek at the Epstein files showed us that there is something serious there. Very serious.
You've never, look, not only have you never...
Very serious and a lot of lies. It's like enough for them to lie about it and put in like fake documents as well, right? No ways defending Bongino. Yeah, this is I think both of them are in like positions they don't want to be. Is Andrew writing down the next topic he wants to cherry pick? No, I think what he's doing, well, I don't know what he's writing, but what I do generally is like if somebody says something, like I want to make a point, I'm thinking of a point, right? But somebody says something that I do want to address, I'll write down either the thing that I'm going to address later, right? So I'm gonna like make a quick split-second decision on like what am I going to talk about now, and like what do I have to address later, and then the thing that I'm going to address later I write down because I don't want to forget about it.
Never provided any evidence for that. But your other problem is you didn't actually answer my question. What incentivization would like, let's say Trump drafted you to go to his administration to investigate these things, and you went in good faith and you did, and you came back and you were like, look, I took a look at all this evidence and I was wrong about this. And then all of your friends and cohorts and everybody else who was cheering you on fucking crucified you for it.
You know what, Andrew? It's funny that you say that because that's literally happening to me right now.
Yeah,
okay,
who?
that's literally happening to me from this new MAGA right cult.
Who?
I already did this. I already put my time in.
Yeah,
I was arrested.
crucified
Hold on
you
a second.
for it?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. For four different times, I was arrested for supporting Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
Now
All incorrect, by the way.
Now, you like Trump. I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point. I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there, and it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the
Crucible mentioned.
truth because I believe Trump was innocent and I wanted to support
But
him.
how
So
are you
I've
being
already been through that.
crucified?
I have MAGA people putting me on lists. I have
What
MAGA
list?
people doxing me. I have MAGA people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump.
That's
Giga Chad, we're in it together, man. We're in it together. We still got to be aware of the conversations happening in the culture. We can't cut ourselves off totally, right?
negatively
That
about
was
me.
typified.
Trump posted something about me. He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy, spent months in prison for this guy, did everything for this guy, censored, lawsuit, everything, lost all my social media, kept supporting him. And then what is the one recognition I get from him? Fuck you, shut up. I don't even care. I didn't even do. I did it because it's the truth. And now the truth is, this administration has turned against us. MAGA has now been weaponized.
Sounds a little personal. Sounds like Owen's taking a little personally, maybe rightfully so, to be honest. I wanted mass deportation, says Pseudopilled for $5. Thank you very much. Trump has publicly supported giving Dreamers a pathway to citizenship. That's 1.8 million people. Yeah, that's a tough situation, dude. I think people generally want them to go home. I think people want them to go back home and then to come here on not false premises. And it's not being mean or something. It's like, you have a home already. You don't have to come to our home.
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's gonna send you straight to hell, amen.
Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Icon Corner says, I get the whole Dreamers thing though. That's the thing, is that these are people that like they didn't choose to come here. Really, but I see also Pseudopilled's point that that's 1.8 million people. That's a lot of people. Like, what are you going to do? Send back their parents? It seems like what you kind of have to do is treat the family as a unit. I want Alex to Hulk out before the end of this stream. Not sure on what topic. We'll see the callers, how reasonable they are.
Against us, and Trump is now the very globalist that we were supposed to get out of the White
This
House.
is ironically hilarious. So the first thing that you claim, you say, hey, look, I was crucified for my support of Donald Trump by Democrats. Do you agree? It was by Democrats.
Well, actually, first it was by Republicans because we were going up against.
It's never Trumpers,
Yeah.
like you are right now.
No, I'm not.
So
Trump.
anyway,
I voted for him 3 times.
what happened is, well, now you're like, oh, it's the worst thing ever.
No, I'm
when you're
saying
talking about,
he's failed. This administration
he hasn't
has
failed. And when you're talking about this, Democrats were the ones who persecuted you. Democrats were the ones who threw you in jail. They were the ones who didn't want to give you a fair trial. Me and my wife, we advocated for the release of J6ers everywhere that we possibly could, yourself included.
And I will give Trump
Okay.
that. That is the biggest victory.
Yeah,
I've never
huge
regret voting
victory.
for Trump because he did that.
Yeah, huge victory. Okay. But not only that, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. When you're talking about your supposed crucifixion now by the right, Trump hasn't shut down your channels. He hasn't done any of that. Under Biden, that was a sure thing.
Well, let's
to
not
happen.
be so sure that's not going to happen soon.
You say gonna, hasn't though. Okay, under Biden, it was.
Isn't that the whole point? Is
under-
none of this stuff has happened under
under
Trump, and you're
Biden.
saying, oh, but it could.
Hang on,
Like,
under
that's the point.
Biden, no, it's not. Under Biden, it would have, for sure. He was working with Facebook and these other groups in order to shut down people who had podcasts. You have a voice right now. That's true. The president of the United States might have told you to shut the fuck up, but he still gave you a platform. Tell him to shut his fucking mouth. That's the distinction.
No, Trump did not. That's the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. It was given to us by the
Well,
founding
Biden
fathers.
didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
And
He
neither
just
does
worked for the
Trump.
tech companies to shut you down.
Trump doesn't care either. They'll censor us under Trump. They already did. He did nothing.
Where?
What are you talking? When did I get censored? What year?
No, the Trump administration.
I was censored under Trump 1. I was censored from
Show me
2018
what
to
policy of
2022.
Trump's administration censored you. What?
What did he do for it? What did he do to end the
That's
censorship?
different. You got to make a distinction.
No. You're the one making
it's the
claims
case-
that Trump did something
Yes,
for me.
he did.
I'm not asking Trump to do anything
did.
for me. I'm saying that
He
we had
instructed his
censorship under
Department of
Trump.
Justice to stop putting pressure on Facebook and these other groups for censorship. He promised you
But that
to
is
do
happening. That's
He
why
did
he
do
just
it.
that's why he just brokered the deal to give the Ellisons everything so that they can censor the internet in favor of this war and foreign policy that's unpopular.
Where's that happening?
Right now, it just
Where?
happened with TikTok. It just happened with Paramount.
No, TikTok, they talk about the war
Ellison-
constantly. I know,
Ellison and
I'm on
Oracle-
TikTok arguing with them constantly.
Ellison and Oracle are about to have all these databases. They're going to sell all of
in
our
the
private
future
information.
soon. But you've been wrong about futures before. And by the way,
Oh,
I'm
wait a
talking
second.
about
Hold
right
on.
now.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm talking about
Hold
right
on a
now.
second. When
I'm holding
Doge ended,
Yeah.
and then Musk called the Epstein files a hoax, and then struck Iran, I was called a panican. I was called a panican because I knew it meant we were getting into a war with Iran and a regime change war with Iran. I was called a panican. I was called a panican because if he did this, the MAGA coalition would be destroyed. And I was called a panican because I said if he does this, we're going to lose the
also
midterms.
made
And now
some-
all three things of those have happened.
Except
every
you were
single
also wrong
one.
about Venezuela.
What was I wrong
So
about
in
Venezuela?
Venezuela, you said that there's a good chance there that we're going to be bogged down in wars.
Never said that.
You did too.
No, I
you said
did
it
not.
on your show. Yes, you
No,
did.
I did not.
You said there was a good shot there. You were in a debate when you said it. In fact, with a caller, it's a good shot there would be bogged down as well.
When did,
So
what are you
that's what's
talking
funny
about?
to me. It's like every time I dive in to your view, it's always well, down the road, he's going to do these bad things. Down the road, he's going to do this. Trump's administration hasn't censored you. Trump's administration didn't jail you. Trump's administration didn't do any of that. You just gave him credit for getting you released. And not only that, when we're talking about the economics of this thing. We diverted into this, which is fine. I think that speech is something that we need to debate about. But when we're talking about the economics, you still haven't actually told us how it is that you, Owen Shroyer, are going to make an offset for net negative migration without prices going up. There's going to be an
Cut taxes.
That's an adjustment period.
You can cut taxes in a year.
Do you think that
Trump-
prices are going to immediately decrease because you cut taxes?
Prices don't have to decrease. You have more money in your wallet. You have more money in your bank account. You're not paying it to the government.
Again, those are adjustment periods that are incremental. It would be, so if you cut taxes
Takes 1 year.
immediately,
Takes 1
right?
year.
And by the way, Trump doesn't unilaterally have the power to do that. He doesn't unilaterally have the power to just cut taxes. That has to go through Congress. And so this idea that you have, one thing he did do, and he did do well unilaterally with his executive orders, was with migration. And he did get us to the point where we're at a net negative of migration. Who would ever have given us that? Who out of anybody in the field would ever have given us net negative
If
migration?
Trump has a positive, it's definitely on the migration issue, but it's not perfect. He's still getting Chinese students. He's still letting Chinese students into these universities to save their ass. He's still
At
letting
a
the
50%
H-1B.
decrease of the H-1Bs, but the Cato Institute.
Icon Corner says they're both losing now. Who is winning at this point? I would say Andrew. No, Andrew is slightly behind. I would say Owen is slightly ahead, but it's I think this is closer than it has been the entire time. Dead heat, yeah. I agree. I think it's like dead heat. Andrew is slightly behind. Yeah. Owen isn't the best debater, but Andrew is still losing. It's a hard prompt for him to defend. Why is Andrew emotional? I don't think he's being emotional. I think it's calculated enthusiasm, just like theatrics. There are a few other comments. No more immigrants from America First, NH6001. Andrew is debating circles around Owen. Owen just has a far easier position to win on. Yeah, I think Andrew has a better mastery of the facts and what happened, for sure. It's just a harder position. I think he needs to be more clear about what his burden of proof is. Like, Andrew should have started off the debate doing like the classic Trent Horn thing to be like, this debate is about XYZ topic. I have to show, and then put some really low standard. My opponent has to show, and then do some like insanely high standard of proof. And then like, now I'm going to show you XYZ. Here's X, here's Y, here's Z. I have met my very low standard that I set for myself. The bad guy, he will never meet this standard, right? So I think Andrew could have been a little bit more clear about what do I have to show to win. And then that the fight could have been more about that, right? But he was eager to get into the mud on this topic. Brady Harvey says all of Andrew's arguments against the Democrats are valid and true, but it's kind of irrelevant to the success of this administration and its failures or its wins. Yeah, I think he just needs to go back to hammering the main points here about the judges, Roe v. Wade, and the general, like the basically he has to go back to his opening statement. W. Choder is coded. Yeah.
Recently said, in fact, cut down 136,000, 50% of the H-1Bs eliminated under Trump's policy. So yeah, it's true. Chinese immigrants can still come in and study under H-1B visas, 50% less of them. That's correct.
So don't you think that there should be an adjustment period, just like you said with taxes? Shouldn't there be an adjustment period for hiring Americans? Because what happened was that the farmers, agriculture, all these big businesses said, Trump, we have to have this cheap migrant labor.
That's correct, yes.
And so he caved and he let the donors get what they want. That's what Trump does.
That's
this is a donor class administration.
In this case, not only did he not cave, but the opposite happened.
It is kind of a donor class administration. I think Owen needs to slam this point. Like, he needs to say this like 20 more times.
He didn't. He's doing mass deportations.
No. He gave subsidies, and yes, there has not only has there been big time deportations, but it's border crossing.
Interesting.
It's just new ones even coming in versus self-deporting is an amazing feature at a net negative. Same with immigration internationally, which means legal immigration. So yeah, he did deal with them with subsidies. That was designed to keep the prices down. But again, if we follow your policy, which would be mine, you want them all out, right? I want all the Mexicans who are working illegally out of here.
I would say you can't. There's too many, but I would say you have to do at least the 15 that came in under Biden.
Well, you want to get rid of? I want them all gone. I want all the illegal immigrants gone. Don't you?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay,
so.
Great. So if we get all the illegal immigrants out of California,
but Trump's not doing that.
Hang on. If we get all the illegal immigrants out of California tomorrow, right? What happens to the price of produce? Does it go up?
Well, we need an adjustment time, Andrew.
That's my whole point. We would need an adjustment time.
So we both agree that mass deportation is a failure of the administration.
What you're dealing with right now is an adjustment time. How is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations.
Yeah, you don't have to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude. You don't have to.
They're already here.
Yes, and by the way, he's going after the criminal elements of those people first, which he's been doing. There's a net negative of them crossing into the border. If you had said day one with any Republican administration, we'd have only 1,000 border crossings a day versus 46,000 border crossings a day. You'd say it's the biggest fucking success anybody had ever seen.
How about this?
Somehow with Trump, though, Trump gets exactly that done day one,
No.
and Owen goes, well, what have you done for me?
We have some comments from Twitter. Patrick Cochran. Andrew's Trump cope needs to be addressed. Andrew's stance is at odds with Jay's assertions. They should talk. I think Jay has said that like he respectfully disagrees with Andrew on this topic. And Andrew knows that he's like the odd man out on this topic for sure. But good points, Patrick. Yeah, for sure. Funny comments in the chat. Owen can't produce arguments as good as Andrew's, though I lean towards Owen's position. Andrew win. Very interesting. Yeah, I think it's probably close enough to like you can probably lean either way on the debate itself. I get it. Everybody's gonna have their own personal opinion on the positions, but I'm saying like on the actual exchange here. Nathan says you got to debate that new age girl, dude. Please don't do that to me again, man. Cool Dude says defending this latest Tard war is no easy task unless you're fine sounding like Mark Levin or Lindsey Graham. Yeah, you're gonna look like a boomer either way. That's a good point. I want all the legal immigrants gone too. Dang, bro. I mean, at least you can't hold it against the legal immigrants, dude. You can stop further illegal immigration for sure. Just do like a total moratorium on it.
For me lately,
What is the number? What is the number that you would be happy with of deportations for Trump's 4 years?
overall number,
Yeah.
probably I would want to see like happy with, you said, versus what would be optimal that I'd
Let's
want to
let's put a reasonable but good expectation number.
see. I mean, I would be happy if it was the case that we had no new immigrants coming in. I think that's a massive.
Well, we
success.
agree that Trump is at a success. Okay. Let me answer my own question, then you can respond.
Yeah.
I think if Trump doesn't deport at least 15 million people, which seems like an impossibility, but they came here, we can get them out. There's
Yeah.
strategies to do it.
Yeah.
I think 15 million. If it's less than that, I think we got a problem.
Well, the entirety of the basis for the 15 million number, you agree with me, is way more than 15 million.
Probably like 40, maybe.
Or 50.
Yeah.
It's very high.
Yeah.
So if it is the case that it's very high that we have this amount of illegals that are here, that's going to take a long time. And Trump has been, hang on, Trump has been hampered. He was moving towards this. He's been hampered in the courts, again, 3 times the amount of injunctions any other president when it comes to illegal immigration. And he's trying to unilaterally do this because Congress isn't working with him. He's hamstrung at every level. He's using executive orders to push that through. And it's been wildly successful. Wildly successful with the tools that he has. You have to say that that's successful. A net negative migration.
I've said that that's the one success, but I just
That's
don't
the
think,
big success.
I just don't think that it's going to be where it needs to be. I think that he's caved on the mass deportations. And at the end of the day, as much as both of us would like to see every single illegal immigrant deported, I think that
but if they are, the prices are going to go up, right?
I think that you can negate that by not getting them into another war in the Middle East.
The war in the Middle East, are you kidding me? You think that
Hey, wanted to give some recognition to Giga Chad. He says, my wife immigrated and was baptized on Palm Sunday. Many years. We don't want to send her back. Her home is with you, wherever you are. That's true. They think the topic, I think the topic is too broad. I mean, they've kind of truncated it themselves, right? They've kind of brought it to I got charcoal today. It was $40. Trump L. But what was I going to say? Yeah, they kind of split it up themselves into different topics, like the economy or the Epstein files or the legal stuff, right? Trump is pro Skittles, is he? That's horrible. That's really not good. I am concerned with the pro word of faith prosperity gospel nonsense in the office. Honestly, I think that's like fundamentally an enormous. I think that's the root of the problems, right? We need again, Emperor Saint Justinian in office is what we need. We should pray to the Lord for a righteous leader for our country.
That's the budget buster in comparison.
Absolutely. He's asking for
comparison to entitlements?
$1.5 trillion in the next defense budget.
Nothing.
We pay $1 trillion in interest on
Do
our
you know
debt.
what our entitlements are in
Cut
comparison
them
to
all.
military spending?
Cut
But
them
that's
all.
my whole point. When we're talking about entitlements, the number one spending, not military. That's one.
I
The second-
think interest is about to take entitlements.
Well, maybe, but the number one spending right now is entitlements is 3 times higher than military spending. 3 times higher. Most of those entitlements are coming in because of illegal immigration and mass migration. You know this. I've heard you say it
I have a
yourself.
zero tolerance for any welfare.
Yeah, I've heard you say it
Hold on,
yourself.
bro. You don't think Paula White is a good spiritual advisor for POTUS? Who does? I don't think anybody thinks she's a good spiritual advisor.
If that's the case, you're not going to be able to do this without a transitory period where prices go up.
It's been a
when you
year.
see all
It's
these
been over
jobs,
a year.
first of all, real wage growth have gone up 1.3% because the jobs are finally going to
The
Americans.
economy's bad. You can throw numbers every day. The economy is bad. More Americans are living paycheck to
Are
paycheck.
real
More
wages
Americans
up or
are in
down?
debt. Down.
Okay, so how far down are they?
They're as down as they've ever been.
They're as down as they've ever been, ladies and gentlemen.
Anybody can cook these numbers.
These
The Biden
wages are
administration-
as down as they've ever been. No, the wages are up.
Are you going
1.3%
to
real wages.
tell Americans that they're doing good financially?
I didn't say there's not room for improvement. I said we're talking about whether or not Trump is successful. I think that Americans would be doing worse if real wages were at net negative like they were under Biden.
This is
Yes,
where we-
and that real wages have gone up 1.3%. It's a major thing.
And
We're at
cost of living
the-
has gone up 2.3%.
And guess what?
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of suffering in the economy right now. Like, obviously, we should elect Paula White as Emperor of the American Orthodox Imperium. Bro, imagine the convert zeal she would have once she learns the mystical theology of Holy Orthodoxy, right? Really disappointed with Andrew and Rachel. I mean, Rachel's just supporting her man, right? This dude, I don't know. I feel like people have criticized me for like when the girls call in, I like take it too easy on them, but they're just girls, man. Come on. Like, I'm not trying to be like mean or condescending or anything, but like you gotta be nice to the girls, right? I don't know. It's just kind of not my thing. I get some girls maybe just need to put in their place, right? But that's what their dads and their brothers are for. Yeah, that's what she's supposed to do. You can't blame her for that, right? I mean, Andrew has like a nuanced kind of boomerish take. Yeah. Simp, bro. I can't even say be nice to girls, and everybody's like, I'm a simp. Okay, how about this? The general rule, be nice to girls. The exception being they're your daughter and they get a little mouthy, right? No e-girls, yeah. You just got to tell them the truth. That's the thing. You gotta hit these people with the truth, right? Got to hit these people with the truth. Wine moms are some of the best guests on streams. Rachel is cool though, dude. Rachel is great. She hops onto my streams sometimes. She'll like throw in a super chat or something. She supports the Orthodox community for sure. I don't really have anything bad to say about Rachel. Andrew, I think this is a controversial position. Oh, Father Timothy in the chat with some good clergy wisdom. How we treat those weaker than us says more about our character. That's the point, right? Like the Bible says girls are the weaker vessel, right? I mean, that said, when it comes to terms of holiness, right, God sees us equally. But I mean, you have to be nice to them. They are the weaker vessel. This is true. Maryland versus Alex debate on modern day debates. Guys, what are you trying to? Are you guys trying to unalive me? He's trying to make me lose my mind here.
That'll go down when you get rid of mass migration
We're at
and immigrants.
The conclusion of the open dialogue. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was a riveting open discussion.
I think we take questions.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
By the way, that's how a gentleman debates. So
That was truly amazing. And we'd like you folks in a few minutes to get ready for the Q&A, as that'll go for 30 minutes. But first, want you to get ready for some groundbreaking news from Farm Easy Bank, a sponsor of this event, and your trusted ally in health. Think high quality equals high shift day. Don't delay. Your health is calling. Answer it with fire rates at any given time. Even more staggering, it's estimated that nearly experience purge advanced digestive cleanse is a ground with helping detox and reclaim your clarity. Head over to
These products are kind of funny.
purgestore.com/debate right now. We've set up a special offer.
Guys, I'm gonna vote in this poll. It says who was most persuasive overall in this in this whole debate? Andrew, Owen, or a true tie? I'm kind of leaning to a true tie, to be honest. I know that's kind of a lame position, dude. Puffer band, bruh. Second career L for Andrew. What do you guys think? Andrew's defense here is insane. Yeah, it's a hard position, dude. Cleave to antiquity. Guys, I can't wait until Ben gets the blessing to debate. Andrew L. What else? If you need to turn between a crap, if you need to choose between a crap sandwich and a crap shake, I'm out. I mean, yeah. Andrew L. W. Cleave. Israel W. Do your own poll, dude. Don't you know I'm a boomer? I don't know how to do that stuff. Let's do a poll. Who won? Andrew. Okay, who won? On persuasiveness alone. How about that? There's a question. Andrew, Owen. Who won on persuasiveness alone? Is there a secret third option? No. I ran Lego meme fits W. All right, I'm going to give this a minute to play out.
Offer for everyone following this event. Use promo code DEBATE at checkout to dates to Dallas, featuring 8 total matchups with some of the sharp power. That absolutely essential. We want to
This is rigged. This is rigged right here. Where are the borders of this?
as fast as possible. And very much, Rachel.
Okay, so since this is going to be
Hey, Rachel Wilson's there. How much you want to bet she's going to ask a question that's like devastating for Owen?
disingenuously framed as Andrew loves Epstein now, I just want to say many of you were very happy about a lot of Owen's points on Epstein, and I am too. And Andrew did make clear we don't think he's good. We don't think pedophilia is good. Given that, since there are 30 to 40,000 girls 15 and under each year getting married in Iran, and there are 2.3 million girls in Iran right now who were married before they turned 15. And this was not the case before this regime took over. There were 18 and up marriage laws prior to 1979. If we can get rid of this regime and the regime change eliminates this child marriage in the millions, would that be worth it to you? All of you who are upset about the Epstein files, would that be something that you would support?
Well, I'd have to know what the worth it payoff is. No, I'm inclined to say no too. I'm inclined to say no too because Iran is not my country. We've been in the Middle East for decades, for my entire life.
So we only care about pedophilia when it's here. We don't care about 2.3 million children being married off to old men in Iran.
Dude, she came back to the mic, and Father Steven's here. What's up, Father Steven? I found one upright man among 1,000, but not one upright woman among them all. Sirach 7:26-28. Well, you know, if the scriptures say so, I can't disagree with the scriptures. OMG, Rachel, yeah, she came back to the mic, dog. She came back to the mic. By this line of argument, we have to attack any nation who has pedos. Maybe when it's they used to talk about institutional racism, maybe like institutional pedos, which would probably include the U.S. Cleveland, what's up? We got a stack chat tonight. We're gonna open up the chat soon.
I care about fixing my country first, and I feel that our presence in the Middle East has not resulted in anything positive.
So then at least be honest that it's not about pedophilia. You do not care about pedophilia whatsoever. You're just ass mad.
Well, if you want to change Iran, I'm sure that they'll take you over.
Oh, she gave him the attitude, dude. It's crazy. I love Rachel, but no Iran war. Yeah, she's backing up her man, dude. Only L. I mean, if her L is to support her, man. I mean, what can we really hold that against her? Call me a softie. I don't know. Sin began with a woman, and we must all die because of her. Sirach 25:24. Dude, have I been sleeping on Sirach? Like, is that where all the proof texts are, dude? Is that how we're supposed to? Is Sirach the key to understanding man-woman relations? W. Rachel for supporting her man even when he's wrong. I mean, that's what she's supposed to do, right?
There, you can go over there and fight the regime change war of the administration if you care so much about it.
No, the point is.
No, I didn't. No.
The point is consistency. If the entirety of the consistency is, if Trump isn't actively going after pedophiles, he's supporting pedophiles.
Has that been a statement about this war? He's never mentioned that Iran.
Hang on, let me make the point. if that is the case, why does he need to mention a thing that's known? But anyway, if it is the case that it's not consistent, hey, man, if Trump isn't actively going after what I think is a U.S. pedophile ring that I can't even prove exists, then he's supporting pedophiles. But over in Iran, we literally see him blowing them up. Where's the consistency there, man?
He blew up 200 school children. Nobody has mentioned fighting pedophilia as part of this war. It's a regime change war for Israel to get control of the Middle East. That's what this is all about. And so, no, I don't support that.
Are the Iranians? Is it
Iranians bad? Iranians bad.
Is it
Iranians
institutional to the? Is it institutional? Is it institutional to the Iranians under Sharia law that they're allowed to marry kids or not?
When every American has a
I'll tell you what. Answer the question.
Barbecue pit and a pool, then we can go police the world.
Can you answer the question? Is it the case that institutionally Sharia allows you to marry children or not?
I'm not interested in Sharia. I don't want it in my.
Can you answer my question? Can you answer the question, Owen?
Yes, Sharia is bad. I don't like Sharia.
Yes. Okay. So then the idea that she has.
Yeah, so interesting that this Q&A portion, Andrew is using this as another opportunity to cross-examine Owen. I think that's interesting. Randolph says Andrew debated better, but at what cost? I think Andrew's still fighting because he knows it's kind of a toss-up at this point, and he wants to try to secure the win. That's why he's turning this Q&A into an opportunity to cross-examine Owen. I think the moderator should probably be a little more on the ball at that. But I mean, here's the thing is that if nobody's complaining about it, Andrew is fully in his rights to do that. Nobody's objecting. Abne Isaac 007, $5. Thank you very much. No one also mentions that the 150 schoolgirls that were bombed were also PDFs. As far as I knew, I thought they were innocents, but thanks for the $5, man. Ericota, $5. Thank you. I guess Rachel Wilson wants to reinvade Afghanistan and Iraq because we don't want to be ruled by PDFs in America. It's a good point. Is that I mean, there's enough PDF files in America that we have to worry about. If our goal is to take out all the PDF files, you don't need to go halfway across the world to start doing that, right?
Is in fact the case. She's talking about consistency. If Trump is covering for pedophiles by not arresting who you think are pedophiles with no evidence, then you're supporting pedophiles by not letting him kill them in Iran.
It's different. It's my country versus Iran. Okay, I live in America. I want to fix America. If you want to fix Iran, go to the Middle East. Nobody's stopping you.
It's not about fixing Iran. It's about the consistency of your logical position, which is not.
So it's not about fixing Iran, but that's the entire basis of your
statement. It's not a logical position to say, oh, I'll oppose it in this one hand, and if Trump doesn't do that, he's supporting it. But on the other hand, if I take us away from killing them in Iran, that's not him supporting pedophilia. It's bizarre.
You want to go one more time?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay, you got it.
Hey, how you doing? So wouldn't being successful on at least your primary promise of a thing be considered success?
No.
Okay.
If I hit one home run,
I mean, that's a pretty bad answer. He's gonna need to have a good explanation, I think.
10-inning game and we lose, that's not a success.
So is it the case though that Trump has been hugely successful when it comes to mass migration? He has been successful in that arena, and that was one of his number one promises.
I said yes. I said that's been a success. That's one of, like, if there are 10 issues.
But that's all.
It is up, dude. It's the mic from their end. It's just the volume is low on the video generally. A $1 super chat from Randolph. Thank you. And Father Stevens, Jesus Ben Sirach is the name of the author of Sirach, Pufferfish. He wasn't swearing. That's true. Jesus Ben Sirach.
All negated by a 7-week war.
It's a separate issue, and he's failed.
All right. First, Andrew Wilson. I first learned about the Orthodox Church from you, and my family and I were just baptized into the church this past Christmas. Christ is risen. Second, Owen, you've made a lot of comments about prosecutions and reducing taxes, all while neglecting the fact that these require two other branches of government working with Trump. The judiciary branch has consistently blocked him and almost every single move he's made, and it's had to go to the Supreme Court I don't know how many times. Meanwhile, Congress, no thanks to Republicans in Congress, by the way, have dragged their feet on almost every single issue. So why are you putting all the responsibility on Trump when we've got two other branches of government?
Well, Trump appointed the attorney general, and she failed him. So he did that. He appointed that. So I don't know.
Pam Bondi was horrible, but he also fired her, right? So I mean, come on.
Judiciary, dude.
So I don't know what
he's asking about the judiciary of radical judges, which have blocked Trump every chance they get. It was so bad, in fact, that the Supreme Court finally had to step in and say, look, sorry, California, you can't set immigration policy for the rest of the country.
Do you believe these judges are corrupt?
Many of them, yes.
So then why don't we do something about corruption?
Because in this case, corruption is a matter of spectrum between political ideology. The Democrats believe that they're doing something which is well within the purview of federal judges to do. And it was.
I just took a shower, so Alex, did the big Wilson get debunked? I think the general consensus is that Andrew did better debate-wise here. And in terms of debating and like points, I think Andrew just barely squeaked a win out of it, just barely got by. But I think everybody still agrees with with Owen on this one. So I'm gonna give Andrew the win on debate skill alone, but he didn't. I don't think he really achieved his goal, which is to persuade viewers. That's my opinion. That's why I'm gonna actually listen to this in the end to see if there are any more points that could shift it, because it is so close in my opinion.
Was within their purview to do until that was recently constitutionally lifted by the Supreme Court, who said federal judges in California can't anymore say, hey, Texas, this is going to be the new standard for immigration law. They were blocking Texas immigration law in radical courts in California, dude. He's been hamstrung at every level by the judiciary. 100% that's true. The Supreme Court, which he appointed, he's had massive victories there.
Well, not according to him recently, but I just find it amazing that the Biden administration can make thousands of prosecutions and arrests within months, but this administration can't do anything about Epstein clients or about the deep state.
Thousands of arrests of who?
Myself and January 6th.
Yeah, so they were able to utilize the power of the media to paint all of you guys as being violent extremist insurrectionists in order to get the public on their side. In this particular case, not only Democrats, but on your side, people have weaponized the media instead to paint Trump.
Yeah, I was just going through Sirac 25 because I think it was Second Actuality said to read through Sirac 25. This is crazy, dude. So from verse 21, it says, there is wrath, insolence, and great shame when a wife supports her husband, in the sense of financial support, right? So it's a shame if your wife is financially supporting you. A downcast heart, a sad face, and a wounded heart are caused by an evil wife. So you see a married guy who is downtrodden and downcast. It's possible it's from an evil wife. Drooping hands and weakened knees are caused by a wife who does not make her husband happy. Sin had its beginning from a wife, and because of her, we all die. Do not give water an outlet, nor boldness to an evil wife. If she does not follow your good leadership, cut her off from yourself. It's the Orthodox Study Bible version. AKA Ecclesiasticus. Yes, Father Tim. $5 from Tanner G. How's it inconsistent? Most people would be more concerned about a PDF in their own kid over Iranian kids. Epstein is closer to home. Rare Wilson L. Yeah, I think the situations are not the same. It's not like an analogous. It's not a good analogy. They're not an analogous set of facts. They're too distinguished just by geographic location alone, I think. Arakota, $5. Not to mention soon Andrew Wilson talks about Israel unaliving Arabs being good. Ignore the Arab Orthodox Christians being killed by Israel, I guess. Yeah, dude. Good point. This is such a tough situation, dude. For real. Getting that tattooed immediately. Why do we have a hard time keeping two thoughts in our head? We can oppose Islam, this is from Father Tim, as an ideology and acknowledge the human dignity of Muslims and oppose the suffering of innocents. Yes, this is true. This, again, I think you're onto, Father Tim, I think you're into the, or onto the dialectical thinking here. People just think like Islam bad or whatever. And then they're ambivalent about the suffering of, human beings that are Muslims, right? Wisdom of Sirac is based. It certainly seems that way, dude.
About as though he's part of some pedophilic satanic elite, thus getting the one thing he always had in his teeth was the media. And you guys have done everything you can to take that away through this obfuscation of Epstein and the Epstein files. Well, we have way bigger fish to fry in domestic policy for sure, and you still don't even have any evidence of any of those claims, which is wild.
This is for Owen. So if Trump could only do one thing that would make you change your mind, would you rather him act more on the E-files or where we're currently at with Iran? Which one is a bigger issue for you?
I would say probably bring the troops home, generally speaking. Bring them all home. And I think you win the midterms if you do that. I think you save face with everything. If you come out tomorrow and you say we're done in the Middle East and we're bringing all of our troops home, I think you sweep the midterms.
This is mainly for both of y'all. I just want to ask, how can we get our economy to rebound after the negative effects of the tariffs, especially on American manufacturing workers? I myself actually work at a industrial plant that produces grinding wheels for brakes. And our business, we had to increase prices a lot because costs of raw materials went up a lot because it was harder to import them because all the chromium and manganese comes from China.
Sure. That's the thing, is that you can't really replace the experience of people that are on the ground, right? Like, this guy's going to come up to ask a question. He's going to be like, I'm there. I am in the trenches. I see that the prices are going up. I know they are because I'm there. You're not half bad for a Romanian. I have my moments, Byzantium Big Boss. Thanks for the $5, dude. I appreciate that. I am not half bad. That's right. Every now and then I get some things right. Sometimes I blunder, but hopefully my wins outweigh my losses and I can bring some people to see the truth. $5 from Sincere Hypocrite. Thank you, man. How is dealing with Islamic regime problems in line with Christian nationalism? I don't think it is. Maybe in like, so you'd have to make some argument that it's like incidental or some like tertiary issue in some way. It's relevant. I could see how it could be relevant, but I think given our immediate circumstances, I think you're onto something there. He's making globalist arguments instead of nationalist ones. Yeah. I think he is. I think you're right. I hope more of us listen to Father Cosmas's Orthodox talks. There's so much clarity in those. They're specifically for Orthodox Christians too. This $5 from Orthodox Phronesis. Thank you very much for the donation. Remember, guys, if you want to support the channel, subscribe, hit the alert bell. Somebody was saying that I was shadow banned or something, that they had the alert bell turned on, but they weren't getting the notifications. So turn on the alert bell, guys. Be like Ruslan in that clip. Said, how am I going to monetize these people? Dude, that's so, I can't get over that, man. Like whenever, dude, here's how to tell, like if like red flag alert bell going off. If somebody's talking about like building a community, building a platform, whatever. Like, dude, I'm just trying to tell people about orthodoxy, dude. I'm not trying to like build or do anything. Maybe eventually someday I'll write a book if I can offer something of value. People have been mentioning that lately. And my spiritual father mentioned maybe writing a small catechism together or something just for like the Romanian jurisdictions. But otherwise, like, dude, I'm just trying to tell people about orthodoxy. I have plenty of legal work to do otherwise. But yeah, if people start talking about building platforms and my brand and stuff, dude, that should be a red flag to anybody. Like the way Ruslan was talking, that should be a red flag to anybody. But thank you for the donations and for supporting the channel so we can fight the enemies of Christ's church.
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
$10 from Journey of Abundance. Nothing clever or insightful to say. Just one for my homie. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Journey of Abundance. You're the man. Jay would crush Andrew on the same... Yeah, he would. I think he would. And Jay would crush Andrew on the same topic. Would be cool to see online ortho prune their own on such a topic. I think it would be cool to see maybe in like a private Discord server somewhere for funsies, like an exhibition match. I think maybe we could get them both to agree to something like that, you know. But thank you for the donations again, guys. God bless you all.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
How's the poll going, by the way? Owen, 56%. I'm going to end it. Yeah. Oh, okay. I got to vote Owen then. Owen was more persuasive. I'm going to go with the people. This is a true democracy for this topic only, not as standard practice. Jay said he would debate him. Andrew said he won't. Jay said he wouldn't debate Andrew. This doesn't look good to have Orthodox versus Orthodox debates, right?
So I'm wondering, like, what is y'all's stance on how we could get the economy back and get the prices back down?
Well, I was a big fan and still am of tariffs. What the tariffs were used for, people get it wrong all the time. They think that it was just willy-nilly. It wasn't. What happens is if you have the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, so this means that, you know, these are tax-free imports and exports. So if Canada imports a bunch of stuff from China, who we have a 25% tariff on, and then just labels it Canada, don't they avoid any of our tariffs, the Chinese? Yes. So what that is it's closing back doors by putting tariffs on westernized nations. And there's no possible way, by the way, for you to raise revenue in the United States. You only have two ways to do it: taxes or tariffs. So Harris's idea was that she was going to get rid of the corporate tax breaks, and that was going to drastically increase prices because it has to. Trump's idea was that he was going to fight a tariff.
Are you talking about apostate prophet, Father Tim? I think he did become Orthodox. I think he was received by chrismation into the Antiochian jurisdiction like a few months ago. I think he did. I think he was received. Does anybody know? Thank you for reviewing. Yeah. Overall, I think people are disappointed that Andrew took this position. In terms of debate skill, I think Andrew did great in the open discussion portion, and he's doing great here in the Q&A. I think we can move on from it. But I think that's like the overall consensus here is that Owen might have, or Andrew might have won on debate tactics, but I think Owen kind of still won like the minds of the audience. Like debate wise, Okay. Debate-wise, I'll give it to Andrew by a hair in the open discussion and Q&A portion. That said, everybody still agrees with Owen. Wilson won, and his greatest point is that Democrats are tyrants that shouldn't have power. I mean, come on, though. We're talking about whether Trump was a success, not whether the Democrats are bad. You know what I mean? Oh, Owen is mocking right now. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me put the link. Okay, and then we can talk a little bit about the actual substantive thing for tonight. We need an Orthodox president. Yeah, we need Saint Justinian, dude. Or some figure like that. Okay. Now, some polemic that I've seen recently is like evangelicals and basically Gavin Ortland and Need God talking about confession to a priest and why they don't want to do that. They don't see the need to do that. They just don't want to confess to a priest. You cannot make them. They will not do it. They never will do it. Let's briefly talk about that, and then we'll go to some callers. Okay, so here's, I think, the place to start whenever we talk about this. Shoot, hold on. John 20, right? It says, after Christ's resurrection, it's what, John 20, 21. Jesus said to them again, peace be with you, just as the Father has sent me, I also send you. And after he said this, he breathed on them and said, receive the Holy Spirit. If you forgive anyone's sins, they are forgiven. If you retain anyone's sins, they are retained. It's kind of mirroring, binding and loosing language, right? So there's this authority to forgive and to loose sins that goes along with the chain of authority. And you'll see that this corresponds to Matthew 28. Like this passage from John 20 and this passage from John 28 are, I think, generally accepted to be talking about the same event here. And Christ says, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to obey everything I've commanded you. And remember, I am with you always to the end of the age. Oh, I forgot to switch the sharing thing. There you go. All authority in heaven and earth has been given to me. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And remember, I am with you always to the end of the age. There we go. And cool. This is your little bunny trail here. So, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. This is a fulfillment of Daniel 7 and the Son of Man, right? So in Daniel 7, it's talking about the Son of Man. And I was watching in the night visions with the clouds of the sky. One like a son of man was approaching. He went up to the Ancient of Days and was escorted before him. To him was given ruling authority, honor, and sovereignty. All people, nations, and language groups were serving him. So these two passages parallel each other, right? Make disciples of all nations. All authority of earth in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go make disciples of all nations. Daniel 7, you see all authority was given to him. People of all nations and language groups were serving him. There's a strong parallel there. So that was kind of a bunny trail. Here's the Daniel 7 passage. I'm forgetting to switch the pages. Boomer tech, dude. So that's the foundation for this going to a priest for confession is here in like John 20 and in Matthew 28 over here. But there is one passage that people are forgetting about, and that's that this practice of confession, like in a liturgical sacramental setting, was already established in the Old Testament. So if we go to Nehemiah 9, and I've talked about this on some other podcasts. I was on Transfigured Life recently talking about this. I think it was on Cleve Stream recently talking about this. And this is a very important passage to show the continuity of liturgical practice from the Old Testament into the New Testament church. So here in Nehemiah 9, it says, on the 24th day of this same month, the Israelites assembled. They were fasting and wearing sackcloth. Those truly of Israelite descent, separated from all the foreigners, standing and confessing their sins. and the iniquities of their ancestors, dude. So those truly of Israelite, this verse 2 is important. It says, those truly of Israelite descent separated from all the foreigners, because all the men had gone and married foreign wives. So they separated from the foreigners. They were standing and confessing their sins and for the iniquities of their ancestors. What is this? They are praying for the dead, dude. They're confessing the sins of their ancestors. So when Gavin Ortland and Need God talk about, like, why are you praying for the dead? Like, they're dead. They're confessing the sins of their ancestors here in Nehemiah 9. Another important detail from the beginning of this chapter is that this is a liturgical context. So for 1/4 of the day, they stood in their place and read from the book of the law of the Lord their God. And for another 1/4 of the day, they were confessing their sins and worshiping the Lord their God. So open the book, read from the book of the law, right? And then basically almost all of this is just like the prayer that they are praying about confessing and worshiping God. And the important part is at the very end, actually, verse 38. Because of all this, we are entering into a binding covenant in written form. Our leaders, our Levites, and our priests have affixed their names on the sealed document. Who has done that? Our priests. So you have prayer, confession, and a liturgical context in the same way that you see like in the early church in the Didache. And in the Didache, it talks about confession within the liturgy in front of the entire assembly, right? And it talks about confession right before the Eucharist, because when it talks about receiving the body and blood of Christ unworthily, it's talking about doing that without confessing, right? Or having unconfessed sin. So you see in the Didache, it's talking about confessing your sins publicly before the Eucharist. Who else is there, by the way? The priest, obviously. So I think these are some important passages when it comes to confessing to a priest, because you see it in Nehemiah 9 and you see the actual practice in Nehemiah 9, and you see the foundation for it in John 20 and Matthew 28. So let's go through some super chats, and we'll go to Paul of Texas. Thank you for reviewing. $2 from Randolph. Thank you, Randolph. I appreciate that. Aaron is more utilitarian than other ortho bros. I think when it comes to politics, he tries to take like a really practical approach, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I think he's of the mind that when it comes to politics, you can't be too principled, right? So I'm not quite sure what to think about that approach. Wilson lost the debate in a lot of respect when he argued that you have to be a globalist and ever war supporter to be consistent in being anti-PDF. True 41C, 499. Did he make that argument? Yeah, I think he kind of did. I think you're right. He kind of did. He was like, because he was telling Owen that if he's going to be consistent on being anti-PDF, then they should also go to Iran and take out the PDFs. That said, I don't think that accounts for there's a hierarchy in terms of priority for the bad guys we have to choose, right? 4 months from Shane Paisios, with Prots and Roman Catholics no longer debating, is Mormonism the next battleground? They seem to be amping up the debates recently. Yeah, Mormons, Unitarians, which, by the way, there's no difference in the methodology between like Metaphysics Mike and Gavin Ortland. Like Metaphysics Mike is just a more consistent sola scriptura Protestant than Gavin Ortland does. Gavin Ortland's like, I don't accept the seventh council. It doesn't align with my reading of scripture. Metaphysics Mike just says, I don't accept any of the councils. None of them align with my reading with scripture. But it's like the same methodology, right? $5 from MK McMix. Owen's critiques are valid, but Andrew takes a realistic position. You're going to vote for the guy who wants post birth unalivings come midterms. Politics is ugly. I agree with this assessment. Yeah, like literally, what are you going to do? Who are you going to vote for? Constant red herrings and coping from Andrew Wilson. I don't think it was constant. I don't remember like an especially egregious one. I can't watch him as a content creator the same ever again. He argued that you need to police the world of PDFs to be consistently against Epstein. He'll probably come out and nuance that later, I'll bet. 'Cause I do think he kind of entailed that. I think you're a little bit right there, Jeremy Kipper. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. I need to get some new soundboard stuff.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Paul of Texas, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Hello, brother. Christ is risen.
Truly, he's risen. What's on your mind?
Thank you for having me. So,
Yeah.
I used my old YouTube name in the comments. Paul of Texas is what Father Andrew called me the first time I called into Lord Spirits. So I was the Terrence Metters guy. That's the bleeding heart tard.
Nice.
Okay, so of course I normally want to go to this kind of question to Father DeYoung. Go to clergy, safer for my own well-being. But he's been with you and supported you enough that I think he'd probably co-sign whatever response you've got for me here.
I don't know about whatever, but
well, fair enough. But I mean, also debate culture is becoming a bigger thing right now in Orthodoxy, with your channel becoming a thing, with Cleve coming over, and he's doesn't have the blessing yet, of course, but I mean, Lord willing, that's down the line. And of course, Jay's been here for however long. So I imagine that this is going to be the kind of issue that still pops up quite a bit for people like me, seeing things kind of like quickly devolve into what at least usually appear childish spats. So to give two quick examples, I know people have been talking to you about the Bryce J guy. I don't know much about him, but I did see a clip of some old dude. I guess a
sorry,
famous
I got to
Protestant.
interrupt you one sec. Sorry, Rachel Wilson in the chat says, "No, he didn't. I knew this was going to happen. You guys need to take the emotion out and rewatch." So, to be honest, I wasn't paying that close attention to that portion because it was like right at the end where I think Andrew was saying, "Look, you're gun ho for taking care of the PDFs." Taking care of, in like the mafia sense of taking care of the PDFs at home. But then there are a bunch of PDFs abroad that you're just going to let them run around and do whatever they want. But maybe, I don't know, am I inconsistent on the framing? Guys, leave Rachel. Come on, be nice to Rachel in the comments. She's done a lot for the Orthodox community. What's going on here? Marilyn, behave. Pufferfish. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, Rachel, feel free to call in on it. I'd love to get your analysis of that, because again, this is just like my first impression of the debate. I was kind of watching through, but it did sound like Andrew was saying to be consistent about the PDF stuff. No, I think he was saying you're gun-ho about taking care of the PDFs here in the mafia sense of taking care of. And then when it comes to Iran, you are not, like, you don't really care about that. So
He also made a big point about evidence.
Yes. Yeah, because he was saying that it is more nuanced than that. You're right. He was talking about how there's not enough direct evidence in the Epstein files for PDF here, while you have direct evidence and like straight up admissions in the Middle East about that. So I think there were a few more factors. I'm not denying it. I was clarifying it. I can't call in. I'm still at the event. RIP. Yeah, but I think it is like a multifactorial thing that Andrew, it is easy to take like one soundbite, but I think when you go back and listen to the entire thing, you see that Andrew was pointing to like multiple factors to consider there. But yeah. Okay, sorry, Paul. Go ahead with your question, man.
No, I perfectly understand. She's more on topic than I am. So this older Protestant guy, I guess he's well known. Everybody seemed like they knew his name, called to Bryce J. And he's trying to, I mean, he's probably doing a bit of a grifting bit, I'm not gonna lie. And Bryce J just does the normal kind of thing where like somebody talks over them, you put words in their mouth and whatnot. And the guy accuses him of like, so this is how Orthodox argue? You don't actually have an argument, so you have to resort to this. Something similar happened on your channel when a Jewish guy called in like last week or something like that.
I think it was a while ago, but the clip was going around last week.
Okay, yeah, that probably was it then, because
yeah.
But the issue that I have here is I know to some degree I am just a bleeding heart, and that I have to be wrong.
Sorry,
because-
Rachel Wilson said, "Thanks for doing the watch party, Alex." Of course, yeah. I mean, it's like, I mean, these are hard conversations, right? Because it's kind of like in the family, right? They're conservatives, we're conservatives, and we're kind of airing out some dirty laundry here. But I think at the end of the day, I think it was a necessary debate because we can't be too gun-ho on one side or the other, the MAGA thing, right? We have to have some sobriety, which is an orthodox virtue, right? And I think even if you disagree with Andrew, he is doing an important function by being like, hey, if we're going to poo-poo all over the MAGA movement, let's at the very least be measured about it and like look at all these positives, right? So sorry, Paul, I interrupted you again, but go ahead.
Hey, it's your stream.
Yeah. Well, it's because I don't want anybody to feel like misrepresented or anything. Like I do try to be fair to people. So
Okay, so actually, I mean, to my point is
kind of
like
ties into what you're saying, right?
Yes, very much. Like a lot of the tactics that get used in this regard, whenever they accuse us of being childish and having nothing good to say by merit, like evidenced by our behavior, that kind of hits with me in a way that I don't want it to, because I know the guys that I'm listening to like know what they're talking about and are right. Of course, I'm not trying to throw any shade at him or anything, but of course Jay is the primary example of this. But he's obviously stupidly knowledgeable. Like I use that term
Jay's
like
a
on
brainiac,
purpose.
dude.
Like, yeah, he like I can't really enjoy his content when he debates, takes call-ins, but whenever he's just teaching stuff, it's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
But
I think that everybody has their own flavor when it comes to debate, and you kind of can pick your own. Like, you got me, you got Jay, and I think that's kind of why I wanted to enter the fray a bit, because when you look at Roman Catholics or Protestants, like you can kind of take your pick, like the aggressive debaters or like the more aggressive ones, but in the Orthodox circles there was like not so much variety. Danny says you cannot compare Jay in a Twitter call-in and Jay in a formal debate. Yes, the Twitter call-ins are edutainment, people. Yeah, they are edutainment is what it's entertainment, and if you learn something, that's a positive. That's what the Twitter call-in debates are. I think everybody agrees that like Jay in a formal setting is a bit more professional, right?
Well, I mean, I would assume that, but for instance, the Tim Gordon debate, if that does count as official debate, to me those look very similar. But again, I'm not knocking it because I'm now educated in that I'm missing something. That's why I'm looking for an explanation, because wanting to give the benefit of the doubt to everybody and whatnot. Cleve called in a while back when homie was still Protestant, and
on Jay's, yes, they were discussing.
Yeah, and he was, it's to me, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. He sounds honestly like he's just trying to find out something, and everybody in the chat is dogging this dude, and Jay's getting mad at him, like making assumptions about what he's saying and whatnot. Come to find out later, Cleve flat out owned up to, yeah, that's what I was doing. And I totally missed it in my bleeding heartness. So obviously I'm missing something. So is it just like, is it one of those things where we basically like we want to like roast this one dude publicly with no mercy in the hopes that the argument like saves the souls of those listening, and sorry about you to the guy that gets roasted?
This is why I have like a few streams on this topic. So if you're watching like jiu-jitsu or MMA, unless you have some background knowledge, especially in jiu-jitsu or grappling, unless you have some background knowledge in what's happening, like you're not going to notice like, dude, this guy just moved his ankle behind the other guy's ankle. That's going to shift this gravity. He's trying to like frame their encounter in this way, right? Unless you have some background knowledge, you're not going to really understand what is happening. So that's why like I do these streams on like literally what is debate, what are our objectives, what are our goals. If you go into a formal debate setting, my mind is already made up, dude. The other Paul, Elijah Yassi, Metaphysics Mike, their mind is already made up. It like 99.9999% of the time, I'm not going to change their mind. When it comes to the audience, there's a good majority of them that agree with me no matter what. Even if I blunder, there's a good majority that will agree with Metaphysics Mike no matter what, even if he blunders. Who we are debating for is a small segment of the viewers, of the audience in between, that are open to being persuaded. So when it comes to that, like at the end of the day, I'm representing Holy Orthodoxy, and I cannot lose. I can't. Because it's Holy Orthodoxy. So I have to win. And that sometimes that means being more relaxed and being more chill. And sometimes that means humiliating the other person. Sometimes it means that. It's and it might not always be to everybody's tastes. But I mean, that's the nature. Like, debate is combat. That's
yeah,
what
okay.
it is.
Comparing it to that, that's where my mind was going. Is that that's similar to kind of like having the warrior saints and whatnot? Because I was pro nonviolence of any kind before finding the Orthodox Church, and of course, I've kind of had to eat my foot on that. But I guess that kind of like makes sense too, especially because the church offers an array of ways of life, all the way from the monk to the family man and whatever. And so sometimes a different calling just calls for a different way of behavior.
Yes.
It's okay. Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate that very much. Do you have an issue if, for whatever reason, Father Stephen DeYoung pops on, if I call back in and bother him about something he said about God and logic?
No, you can come back in. What did he say about
Awesome.
God logic?
No, not God logic, God and logic.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, thank
we
you
can
very
call
much,
back in.
brother.
Yeah, bet. Later. Got some super chats. Is confession different in Orthodoxy versus Roman Catholicism? Yes. In Roman Catholicism, the priest forgives you, and in Holy Orthodoxy, God forgives you. In Holy Orthodoxy, the priest kind of facilitates the confession, whereas in Roman Catholicism, the priest kind of doles out the sacrament of confession. I went through Roman Catholic school as a kid, and I remember many times just make stuff up to get my Hail Mary and Our Fathers because we went as a class. That's funny. Thank you for the donation. Rachel, you prompted that argument with your own Q&A question. I love your work, but you started that line of argumentation, so you can't No, I disagree. I don't think she did that. Why would I apologize to Owen? We are totally cool with him. We love Owen. Yeah, they always were. Before and after, they're friends with Owen. Rachel is right. This is what I mean. You guys don't understand debate. Yeah, like sometimes it's taken personally, but this was like an in-house. This was an exhibition match, guys. Like I said, it is combat, but I mean, if you're sparring with your buddy, you're not going to hate them every single time, right? Like me and Aaron Gallagher still get along well. He might be the only person that I still get along with that I debated with, but it's just an exhibition match, guys. It's in-house. They're both conservatives. I agree with Andrew that Trump is a net win. Me too, because he did move the Overton window more Christian, brought some more Christianity into the culture, although they're like the war is like a big problem. It's an understatement, right? But I really think he should look deeper into the Epstein files. He says there's zero evidence of deeper conspiracy in PDF, which is wild to me. Watch Dyer. Yeah, I agree with Dyer on that one for sure. Nobody, $10. My only critique is that I wish more time was spent on dismantling explaining fallacies or why a worldview is causing problems in an argument rather than just calling it out and moving on. You talking about like Jay? It's edutainment, dog. If you want a lecture, you gotta find a lecture. But thank you for the donation. I mean, I get that. I guess we could probably spend more time on like the edu part of the edutainment, right? The educational stuff. Because it's like I said before, unless you kind of understand the art of debate, you can't really enjoy what's going on so much. That said, if you read like a basic book on logic, I had one sitting around. I don't know where it is now. There's like a big black and yellow one you can get on Amazon. Jay even has debate classes. You can sign up for Philosophy 101. I'm going to get like an affiliate link for Jay's Philosophy 101. We're going to go to Patrick Cochran next. What's up, Patrick? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I am well. I'm trying to walk a tightrope here. Like,
I know, and I'm gonna make it hard for you. I'm sorry. I have a question.
But all right, let's do it. I'm ready. Let's jump out.
I guess I just don't understand why it would be so bad if two Orthodox guys, debated this topic. If it's true what Rachel Wilson just said, that it's an in-house fight, it's two conservatives. Like,
I think I said that, but
Rachel said that we don't get it. It's not personal. That's all I meant by that.
Oh yes,
but
yeah, it's not.
Right, it's not personal. So why would it be so bad if Andrew and Jay talked about this? It feels a little dishonest and like we're trying to hide something.
Well, I think they were talking about like a formal debate. like if they were to have a formal debate on the topic, that would it wouldn't it just generally, like if I was to actually debate the Latinizers, I don't know about doing that on some public thing, because it just doesn't, like, we're trying, at the end of the day, we're trying to get people to convert, and everything we do is a form of like public witness in a sense. So if it's gonna get like dirty, then it doesn't look good. But I get what
I
you're
guess
saying.
if I would expect that as two Orthodox debaters, like Andrew Wilson's wife said, like it's not personal. Like we would understand that better than anybody. Like why couldn't, I don't think it would get dirty. I guess I'm just, and I think that my sentiment is shared with the chat and others. It feels like Andrew's cope, his Trump cope, has just reached some kind of limit, and like Jay seems like the guy that might be able to put an end to that. But
I get it. We just want Andrew to be on our side, and he's not on our side on this thing.
I don't need Andrew to think what I think, but I'm just like his. I want to know what his standard for what evidence even is. I just don't understand. We all understand. Maybe Owen couldn't articulate the synthesis of a million Epstein files of what it might mean about Donald Trump or any one of these people that is associated with Trump. But like maybe Jay could get that across. I guess I just don't understand why we would be.
Yeah, I think Isaac makes a good point. Maybe you're right. You guys are persuading me. Orthodox versus Orthodox, if they debate politics, there ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm starting to see your side. I get that. As long as they like just keep it to the topic, right? Because I feel like it would be so easy to just be like, how is your faith? Don't you believe in, doesn't it say in the Bible this or that?
Sure.
And then it can get like a little personal. The dismissal of the Epstein stuff doesn't look good on an I don't think he dismissed it. I think he was just like, show me a line, show me a page where like it like is undeniable direct evidence of PDF files.
So as much plausible deniability as present, there is what's the other word? Reasonable cause. Is that the right legal jargon? Like they're at least equal. There's plausible deniability, and there's also plenty of.
There's a lot of talk about
evidence.
pizzas and stuff, right?
Right. So
there's so many pages, though, it's not even in question. Well, here's what Andrew would say to that second act. He would say, if it's not in question, then it should be really easy to find me a line, right?
Well, I guess so.
Read Whitney Webb's book. Maybe I should.
I don't know. I guess I just don't see would be so bad about Jay and Andrew talking about some kind of topic. But...
Yeah, you know what? I think actually you guys are changing my mind on this. Maybe that would be useful, because then Andrew can flesh out his view a little more, and Jay can provide like strong counterexamples and not be a noob when it comes to presenting evidences, like Owen was. Total noob in presenting evidences tonight.
Right. Yeah. I feel like, and this seemed like the chat's sentiment, like Owen's stance was right, but Andrew was technically the better debater.
Yeah.
Like he was the speech and debate guy. So
yeah, now that I've sat on it like for 10 minutes, I think, the opening statements were pretty even. The rebuttal I'd give slightly to Owen. The open converse, like slightly to Owen. The conversation and the Q&A I would give to Andrew, and I think Andrew probably won overall.
Yeah.
But everybody still agrees with Owen.
right. Yeah, he won.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees with Owen. So it's
yeah.
So I guess just one more thing I'd add. If obviously if Jay is not willing to do it, I'm not like bent out of shape about that. But I would love a.
Cool. I think people would tune in for that for sure.
I guess I just would wonder why he wouldn't do it, because like Orthodox people argue with each other, don't they? They're people, right? So
yeah,
I just wonder why he wouldn't. If he so chooses not to ever, I would wonder why. But that's all I had to say.
Yeah, I'm not going to say whether they should do it or shouldn't do it, but like my position is changing in that I don't think that there should be some caution in there. It is just like at the end of the day, it's just two dudes talking politics, right?
Yeah, it's not some like centuries old theological this and that.
Yeah. So, all right, Patrick, thanks for calling in, dude. Good points.
Thank you.
You guys are shifting the needle in my mind a little bit. Ericoda, $5. Well, all Trump has to do is put troops on the ground in Iran, and Andrew said he would be done with him. Is that? I don't know, dude. I don't. Did he say that? Let's put troops on, and Andrew said he would be done. Here's the things that there are so many factors that go into this decision, right? You can't just even if they say if you put boots on the ground, I'm done, right? Well, maybe something changes somewhere else that necessitates having boots on the ground, right? I think it's like the better way to understand a statement like that is all else the same. If Trump puts boots on the ground, then I'm done, right? But thank you. That's a good point. Thank you for the $5. Orthodoxist. I think Andrew sticks to this position because he fights with the left so much, and it's part of his N1SB doctrine of giving no unearned ground to lefties, and he won't hear the end of it. Yeah. That's why I think he was so hard on demanding evidences from Owen. And there is a point in that. We should not be too quick to assume what all of these documents say, right? It is a fair question to say, Owen, literally show me the line, show me the page where it says that. Like, that is a fair question to ask. Everyone asking why Jay and Andrew don't debate each other. This is why half of the chat is at each other's throats, and it only gives their enemies fodder. Yeah, I think that there's like some public relations probably in there too. I think you are correct. Thank you for the donations, guys.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
Yeah. Let's go to Benjamin. Benjamin, what's up?
Hey, Alex.
How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, you know. Just trying to make sense of what I just saw between Andrew and Owen. And
yeah, I tune in late, and I have something completely off topic.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Go ahead.
So I've been listening to you and Ben for a long time, or however long you've been on YouTube. And the other day I heard the discussion between Father Ron and Ben with Marco.
I missed the first hour of that.
Yeah.
I only came in at the end.
Yeah, that's right. So one of the things about that, like I'm a convert, and 6 years, and I'm from Canada. So, and I heard you're too, right?
Way to make yourself unpopular. I know this firsthand. No, I'm an American, but I married a Canadian, and we ended up living in Windsor, which is like a border town.
Right.
But Marilyn says I refuted Jay twice in less than 5 minutes. I mean, top debater right here, Marilyn. She took out Jay, the ortho pope. Everybody convert to whatever new age Christianity. This is a joke, by the way. Do not convert. Holy Orthodoxy is the one true church. Sorry, Benjamin. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. So one of the things that I've heard, and maybe this would be a better I should have called into to Ben's channel maybe rather than to yours. But I've been thinking for a long time when these discussions come up, like one of the things that the objections that Marco had about infant baptism.
Oh, hold on one second. I think we have actually Cleve. Ben,
Yo.
is that you?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Yo, what's up? Ah, okay. Look, you have Ben here, Benjamin.
Okay. Hey, Cleve.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Doing good. I'm calling you Cleve. I think your name is Ben, right?
Yeah, it's Ben.
Okay. So, about that discussion that you and Father Ron did with Marco from In Between Sundays.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a good argument, but what I have found in discussions about people. Like I'm a former Mennonite, so infant baptism was a real big thing for me to get over, to convert to Orthodoxy. That was the number one thing for me to get over. Icons was too, but infant baptism was the biggest one. So one of the things that I now ask some people when it comes to that is, and that I thought maybe it would have been good if you would have asked Marco this: how do infants actually get to heaven through Christ?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have an answer to that, because for them, infants don't have any sins. Christ only came to die for our sins. So for them, it's like, well, Christ wouldn't have had to die if it was just for the infants.
You mean under their paradigm?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be a decent point to bring up for sure.
Because the problem further down the line is that if you say that it's not through Christ, then it would be that there's on the end, what you would have is people in heaven that are not there through Christ.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. I mean, there's definitely all sorts of different ways you can go in that particular conversation. The unfortunate thing is he had to leave after 2 hours, and there was a lot more that we could have talked about.
Yeah.
I was trying to address at the beginning. He said his only real disagreement was like original guilt. So I was trying to answer some of those questions, and Father Ron had a presentation prepared on typology that proves infant baptism, which Marco said, okay, I grant all of that. That makes sense. But what I want to know is like what it actually does in your paradigm. So that's where I was trying to go with it. But I wanted to make sure I gave Father Ron his time to speak. But unfortunately, it seemed like the stuff that Marco was really wrestling with wasn't really necessarily so much the typological parts. It was how this actually functions. So, but I still think it was good. I always have a good time talking to talking to Marco.
I think those. Yeah, I think overall it was a good discussion. I listened to the whole thing, and the thing is, sometimes it's like this. If this line of questioning would shift the burden of making sense of the view to Marco, then he would have to wrestle with, in my view, how do children get to heaven, like through Christ? How does that happen? Do they just go without Christ, or how do they get there?
Yeah. I left a good comment on his because he made a follow-up YouTube video or something, and there was a citation Perry Robinson brought up on X, and he had posted it. Was a John Chrysostom quote talking about infant baptism. I don't have it handy, but it was very good. I left a comment there. I thought it addressed his.
Actually.
Okay,
I thought that was pretty solid.
And of course, the other thing is worship too. Like that's a whole nother thing that what I find a lot of Protestants, when you ask them what's worship, they can't answer that either. So I'm not sure. Like they'll sometimes say, well, it's prayer. Well, sure, it's part of it, but that goes into another one. But the infant baptism one was actually the big one. Why I thought I'd call in and see what your thoughts were about that line of argumentation, because that shifts it to him, so he has to think of his own views, how to make sense of it, and that's what really got me to think of mine, because I could not say how it would how I could say how children would go to heaven in my previous paradigm.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a good way to kind of get them to start pulling the thread a little bit. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It says, for the record, I did not grant Father Ron's interpretation. As far as baptism's emphasis in John, absolutely. Infant baptism in those passages, I didn't see that with the highest respect. It's in Colossians, Doug. But anyway, Perry Robinson, here's that quote you were talking about, Cleve. It says, from John Chrysostom, blessed be God who alone does wonderful things. You have seen how numerous are the gifts of baptism. Although many men think that the only gift it confers is the remission of sins, we have counted its honors to the number of 10. It is on this account that we baptize even infants, although they are sinless, that they may be given the further gifts of satisfaction, justice, filial adoption, and inheritance, that they may be brothers and members of Christ and become dwelling places for the Holy Spirit. Very nicely stated. Classic John Chrysostom. Father Stephen says one of the Latinizers responded to Perry and said John Chrysostom was wrong because he disagreed with the Catechism of St. Philaret, full clown makeup achieved.
Lord of mercy.
Yeah. So, anyway, good points, Benjamin. Thank you for
Alrighty.
calling. Yeah. So,
Yo, did you see the so onto the topic of the
Yeah.
show? Did you so Andrew's debating like was Trump successful or whatever? I feel like that's a weird approach to take, because it seems like what he's trying to prevent is people mass voting Democrat next election cycle like Nick wants.
Yes.
So like
Yes.
why wouldn't you just focus on that particular subject and show why it's really stupid to elect a crazy liberal as the next president, rather than, like, if you're going to weigh the two evils, like, that would be a better way to approach it, I think. Because I mean, I've always been super, super, super anti-Zionist. I got banned from Facebook for posting a stupid Israel meme. I had 40K followers in one of the 20 teens. I don't remember. I had like 40K followers on Facebook, completely unrelated to this particular brand here. But yeah, I got zucked. I got Zuckerberged. He booted me. He booted my account. No warning. Just complete obliteration for a stupid
horrible.
Israel Star Wars meme. Anyway, long story short, I've always been anti-Zionist, but look, I'd be hard pressed to say that I would want to vote for some kind of Democrat crazy liberal this next time around, who will absolutely destroy my, like, all of our social media platforms are going to be gone, by the way, if that happens. Look at the COVID restrictions. It's going to be times 20, dude. I remember living through COVID. These people will go after the small guy. They don't care. Right?
They'll like only go after the small guy. Let the big
Yes.
guys be alone. I agree.
So that's more what I would be concerned about. Yeah, I mean, I think the real path forward would be raise up some actual America First politicians and get them into office. That's really where the effort should be. But people don't want to really talk about that option because they're like, it's too hard. This is like, oh, nothing's ever going to change. Of course, we're going to get a Zionist versus a Dem. So I'm just going to vote Dem. We're going to burn it all down and be accelerationists. No, thank you, dude. I don't want my country to fall apart. I'm not giving the keys over to some
I don't want
troon.
it to burn down.
No, thanks, buddy. Well, I remember, like, when my daughter was in elementary school, her first Scholastic book fair, dude, she took home a book about it was like a Disney book that was talking about troon different, like, genders or whatever, like the pronouns and stuff. In elementary school, this is the stuff they're trying to, like, brain blast your kids with, bro. I'm not giving these people the keys to my country.
Yeah.
There was did you see Joel Webbin? He put out a really good, I think, and I'm not usually one to praise Joel, but I think he was super solid on this particular take. At least theologically, I don't praise him. I think politically he might be better than some. But he put out a video that was like, look, if you're gonna be America First, you got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Realize it's not like it's not like if you're anti-Zionist, you got to be like pro-Dem or pro-Muslim. These are all stupid. This is a dumb way to think. False dialectics. Oh, well, either it's if you're anti-Zionist, you got to be pro-Islam or something. Christian Islam, like, alliance or something. This is really dumb. You see this on X quite a bit, especially among the more low-tier guys, the Dan Blazarian types. They're like trying to push some kind of like Christian Islam union. The problem with that is the Islam stuff, the mass migration Islam stuff. All of these pro-Islam candidates, this is a downflowing from the Zionist agenda, because they're pushing the Greater Israel Project. So as they displace these people, they displace the people in Gaza, They displace the people in Syria. Pretty soon, going to be displacing people in Turkey after they, expand their project. I mean, look at their patches. They got the Greater Israel patches. Every single one of the IDF soldiers there. So where do all these migrants go? Well, what they do is they'll support financially these politicians coming into office, and the politicians that they support financially, well, now they owe them some favors. So what are they going to do? We're dumping our migrants on your country. So it's a downflowing of the same thing. And we've got who was it that one of our recent metropolitans, was it Metropolitan Neophytos? I think so. He said something along the same thing. He's like, it's the Zionist plan from even a long time ago to basically flood the West with migrants, and this is basically to weaken the NATO power so we can't push back against them when
The
they want to.
Kalergi plan in action.
Yep, bingo. So they can't we can't push back on them installing the Greater Israel project. So really, I think the only way forward is to raise up some kind of actual American first politician to step into these positions. I think what's not the way forward is to pretend Trump is actually doing some amazing job. Has he done some decent things? Sure. Is this was this a lesser of two evils between Kamala and Trump? Absolutely. I mean, imagine what Kamala this would have been horrible, dude. During the Biden
end.
Yeah, it would have been a nightmare. Sorry. But anyway, I thought that was super pertinent. A lot of people are thinking we're going to vote Dem. Unfortunately, I think that's probably what is going to happen. I think next election cycle, Democrats are probably going to win, but I'm not going to contribute towards it.
Yeah. Yeah, $5 from Paul of Tejas. Not that I'm with him, but it seemed the kind of evidence Andrew demanded must be the sort that would effectively fly in court beyond intuition. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with Andrew saying, okay, you're saying that the whole thing is bad, but like literally show me where, like what line. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to ask for. Brady Harvey, $4.99. Nathan Rager for Prez.
So true.
Amen.
So true, King.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Like it's $5. Accelerationism never works. There are still liberals in South Africa. It's a good point.
Yeah, Lord of mercy, dude.
Father Steven says Republicans' talking points this next election look like Dem talking points last time. Just stay loyal because the other side will burn it all down. This is how the status quo is maintained. It's all a ruse. Father Steven can see through it. Next up is Arrow. Arrow, what's up, dude?
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to say, so Cleve, I agree with everything you said, especially like if Trump is bad, that doesn't mean go Democrat. That's literally stupid, right? But I'm gonna keep this short. I do feel like Andrew was definitely tap dancing on a lot of the issues, especially Epstein was the biggest one he was tap dancing on. And the specific one was when they got into Howard Lutnick, because now unfortunately, the woman slips my mind. So that's unfortunate, but it was an email in 2010. This is the same woman that Jay covered where she was asking Jeffrey Epstein for parental advice. So when this woman and her family went to the island, she said that she's going to bring her, I think it was her 12-year-old daughter for Jeffrey Epstein. So she was giving the daughter up for Jeffrey Epstein. Now,
it's pretty nasty.
For Howard Lutnick's case, now we don't know if he actually did that, but you see that there's actually people giving their children up to Jeffrey Epstein when they go to the island. So why would it be? Now, I get it that it's not in writing, so you can't really just jump on it. But why would it be far-fetched to believe that Howard Lutnick could have did the same thing for a deal or for some money or for anything when you already have another family doing it? So
yeah, the problem is Owen didn't make that argument.
And he should have. And that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Owen, and I've seen some people in the chat said Jay Dyer would have been better. I agree, because Owen didn't do good in this debate. There is no way that
correct. He had the easy mode on. He had the prompt in his favor, and he kind of blundered it.
Yeah, so it's basically like this is probably a debate that's handed to you on a platter, and you failed, right? And you let Andrew tap dance away from the issues. And so that's why I just wanted to shed that light of they were saying, well, are you saying Howard was a PDF? But it's like you have other families that's giving their children up to Epstein. So why would it be bad to believe that Howard did the same thing for a deal? So Owen did terrible on this debate. Honestly, he didn't do good. So
yeah, I agree.
But yeah,
Thanks
that's it for
calling
me.
in.
I just wanted to share that.
Yeah.
And Cleve, you're 1,000% correct. That doesn't mean go Democrat. That's stupid. You're going to throw this country in the trash can. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
that's right.
Thanks for calling in, Arrow. Next up, we have Michael. Michael, what's up? How are you?
Crystal Sonesti.
Alito Sonesti.
My godfather is Palestinian, and there's no friendliness towards the Zionist problem, and I kind of grew up in that. I grew up watching John Hagee on the TV.
Me too, man.
And that pushed me pretty far to 15, 17 years of being like a pretty serious Marxist communist. Like I was like a Occupy Wall Street organizer kind of guy.
Oh wow.
So I'm one of these Peterson Peugeot pipeline folks who kind of experienced and I remember back in 2017, I was helping form anti-Trump PACs. Right.
You've come a long way, brother. Are you Orthodox now?
Oh yeah. Chris made it 4 or 5 years ago.
Glory to God.
Glory to God. Man. And one of the things that really got me was understanding the evils of what the communists did in Russia, because I could see them in me, right? Because the way that I hated Christians, especially the evangelicals, especially the Zionists, and I was in the Marine Corps during the Iraq War and all that, and so I had a lot of hatred for them in particular, and that included my parents. So coming out of all that and finding myself a Trump voter of all things in 2024, I'm real cautious to bet against him and to think against him, but on the other hand, I listen really closely to my Palestinian born in Bethlehem godfather about the Zionist problem. I take Tucker very seriously, but I find Andrew very persuasive, and so here's these dynamics, all in play. And I've just being an armchair politico for years, I've the last 3 or 4 months I've never been as motivated to pay a little bit less attention and make sure that I go to church. But I feel a lot of sympathy for Andrew and Rachel's mission, because I watched them night after night taking the leftists to task, because I know that that voice is still in my head, very loudly.
Right.
And I know the kind of vitriol. I mean, think about the assassination attempts just 2-3 nights ago, whatever that was. Right?
Yeah, at the correspondence dinner.
Yeah. And whatever skepticism anybody has about that, let me be real clear. The circles that I was in, for under that worldview, that's the only logical conclusion about what you should be doing right now.
Yeah.
So
for us it seems like crazy people, but for them it's like, well, if we have this premise, well then logically.
Yeah. It's like if you could kill baby Hitler kind of a thing, and they're like, I would, so I have to. It's really important that we do that.
Yeah.
And you see the rhetoric from thought leaders, if you will, like Destiny on their side, who are very clear, very clear about their position.
Yeah, they don't mince words when it comes to
Yeah.
the political violence.
Yeah. So all that said, you know, I take it really seriously that, you know, maybe I would rather deal with Zionists and Doug Wilson than the people that I was dealing with, than the person that I was before, right? That maybe that's preferential, and that makes me
Good
think
point.
about Brad Hoff, who wrote Syria Crucified, and in that he lays out the point of why Syrian Christians preferred Assad. Like, really, like they
Yeah.
really preferred Assad, and
This
it's
is
not that
my
they,
understanding as well.
yeah, and they really hoped the West would, you know, understand that, and I think that we're in sort of a weird position like that too. That's in some ways what Andrew is getting at, is preferentially compared to the bloodthirstiness of the left, who is waiting, and not quietly right now, that that it's preferential with the Zionists and the Doug Wilsons and then what have you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'll weigh in just a little bit.
Yeah, please.
I mean, I was just saying, you know, just a second ago, kind of just barely agreeing with that thesis, but at the same time, this is also what I'll say. If at this point, I mean, if it's between a Zionist and like a commie or something, we're basically just choosing our executioner, to be honest. In my opinion, I think there's got to be a third path. There's got to be some kind of pathway for an America First political candidate to really rise up. Otherwise, I think we're cooked. To be honest, I mean, just look at Byron Donalds in the state of Florida. You know, I'm a Floridian. He wants to pass anti-Semitism laws that conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. If he gets elected governor, bye bye Cleve. Cleve's in jail, because I push back on Israel quite a bit. And I'm not anti-Semitic. I get Orthodox Jews that reach out to me in emails that want to become Orthodox Christians, and you know, glory to God for all of that. But you know, the way that they define these things according to the the ADL, they'll have a lot of us who are just normal Christians in jail, just like the UK now. So I really do feel like we are in a really tight situation, which is why you have people on the right thinking so crazy that it might be plausible to vote for some leftist. The only issue that I see really with that is that if you go the other route, I feel, at least maybe not with Byron Donalds, but with any other candidate, we'd really have to see how it plays out, and who wins the presidential primary, or even who's in the running for the presidential primary. If there's even the slightest hope of an America First politician out there that is not pro-Israel, we got to go like all in support. I'm talking like
That's a
more
good
support
point,
than
Cleve.
we've given to any other political candidate we've
I
ever
agree.
given.
I go like full
So,
send behind that person.
it's our only way out.
I got $5 from Llamafish, who says, I wrote in St. Anthony last election. Well, that's very nice. I wonder if like maybe if enough of us do that it'll count as some sort of intercession, like asking St. Anthony for his intercessions in the presidency. Campo Mambo for $4.99. He says Nick, I assume Nick Fuentes. He says, isn't accelerationist. He's saying we need to prove to Republican politicians that they must cater to us to get our vote, for whatever that's worth. So seems like the same conclusion, but a slightly different reason.
This is in my opinion, I'm sorry, but
no, go
in
ahead.
my opinion, this is childish thinking. You don't teach a political party a lesson by giving keys over to communists to run your entire country. This is stupid. Oh, I really got to teach. I really don't like that Donald Trump didn't follow all of his campaign promises. So that means I'm going to elect Karl Marx as my new president of the
I'm going to
United
give the
States.
bad guys all the power now.
Well, and it's a path. It's a path that you can take, but if you want to know what that path looks like, the Russians can tell you.
Gulags.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like at the end of that is the victory of the church. But all of the things that go on in the middle of that, of what that path looks like, that's what that looks like, right? And this is why I don't think that there's an equivalence necessarily between making alliances as ugly as they feel with the people, like the families that I grew up around, right? And they're listening to John Hagee and figuring out maybe how to work with them in some way and direct them and influence them, versus what people like me 6 or 7 years ago, and what we wanted to do with all the Christians. So,
Yeah, good points, Michael. Thanks for calling in. Another super chat from Paul of Tejas Tejas, $2. You're a Floridian, Cleve? I'm sorry.
When I get locked up by Byron Donalds, make sure you guys write me some letters. All right. Somebody's got to come send me a priest to give me communion after I'm received. There you go. That's all I asked for.
That's awesome. Nathan Rib. What's up, Nathan?
Oh, what's up, Alex?
How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. And I cannot hear Cleve at all. So I was like, I don't know. I was watching him on YouTube, but like on here, I don't want to like have two audios going. So
okay, what's your question?
I mean, I didn't have a question, but I'm probably gonna be the first person on topic about like the confessions today.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean, do you think 2 Corinthians 5 would be talking about that, about reconciliation to God through ambassadors?
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, starting from like verse 12.
We are not trying to commend ourselves to you again, but are giving you an opportunity to be proud of us, so that you may be able to answer those who take pride in outward appearance and not in what is in the heart. For if we are out of our minds, it is for God. If we are of sound mind, it is for you. I wonder if that's like where the fools for Christ idea comes from. If we are out of our minds, it is for God.
I mean, it's more towards the end. I don't want you to like read the whole thing, but it's like more towards it is 17 to 20, I believe.
So then, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. What is old has passed away. Look, what is new has come. And all these things are from God, who reconciled us to himself through Christ, and who has given us the ministry of reconciliation. Yeah, because he's talking about himself and Barnabas, right? It's like Paul and Barnabas, or it says he's given us the ministry of reconciliation, or whoever.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, I'm gonna be honest, I can't hear you right now. The audio just cut out again. So just, I guess, share your insight on that, and I'm gonna just go ahead and get out. But thank you.
All right, bet. Oh, where did Cleve go? Cleve left. Cleve is back.
Oh yeah, the audio is being weird. Sorry, dude.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. Can you guys hear me in the chat? It does sound like it's talking about confession, to be honest. He's given us the ministry of reconciliation. In other words, in Christ, God was reconciling the world to himself, not counting people's trespasses against them. And he has given us the message of reconciliation. Therefore, we are ambassadors for Christ, as though God were making his plea through us. We plead with you on Christ's behalf, be reconciled to God. That sounds like, it kind of sounds like confession. It's like a little indirect, but yeah, I think you could make an argument for that for sure, dude. We got $50 from Michael Misner. Dude, thank you, Michael. Thanks for having me up, Alex. Thanks. I'm glad to have you. Cleve, if you want to come back on, if you can get the audio figured out, please come back on. Thank you so much for the $50. What soundboard effect can I?
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen. Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
That's great. Thanks again for the super chat, man. Joshua. What's up, Joshua?
Hey, how's it going, counselor?
Well, thank you. Good. How are you?
So I'm doing well. Just off topic. I've been following you for a couple months now, you just like blew up in my algorithm.
Oh, well, I did something
And-
right then.
And so I was like, how does this guy get so much energy? And I was like, man, he's like always doing live streams for like hours. So my suggestion, not trying to get Ruslan on you to monetize your channel.
Okay.
How do we monetize these people, bro?
Dude, I can't
Anyway.
believe he said that on
But-
camera, dude.
So my suggestion is to white label a coffee bean called Ortho Brews.
Hey, you want to stream for 7 hours straight? Get Ortho Brews.
maybe you and Ben can collaborate and like make your own product, and you know, you can go from there. But anyway, I wanted to call in and thank you, Cleve, Ben. Ortho Brews on the way, and I will buy a bag.
You guys hear that? We can the chat is like, guys, come on. You're like begging me to monetize them. Yeah, right. No way. But you know, I mean, the idea is that it's a donation and you get something back out of it. So that way,
There you go. You know,
yeah.
You know, you can donate proceeds.
I'm not like trying to trick anybody with like, you know, make them your partner. Like we're in a partnership. Like, no, my channel is my channel. I call the shots. If you want to support it, thank you. I appreciate that. If you don't like what I'm doing, you don't have to donate.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you know,
not making any compromises here.
What's the feedback of other Orthodox clergy about you know, your channel? I know you're growing, and I appreciate your channel in Ben as well. I think he's on now. So
yeah.
But I understand like all the work that you both do. I just appreciate it. So I wanted to call and just say thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. The feedback from clergy has been good. I haven't had any negative feedback from clergy other than like maybe Alex, you misstated this or you overstated that. And it's like that's all good stuff because the point is to have quality information out there, right? If there's something wrong, I want to know so I can fix it. But I mean, Father Stephen has been really supportive like early on, and he's absolute brainiac. So it's like good. He's made himself really accessible to me because, you know, I do have advanced degree in training and argumentation, but there's like some pure academic stuff that you would really only know from like formal training. And I've been able to make some really good connections with like Michael Garden, other guys like Ben, of course, somebody early on who was like, hey, you want to come talk about being a Pentecostal isn't the move, that you should be Orthodox. Barrel-aged faith, he went to seminary, very informative. Like, yeah, all these connections. Jay early on shouted me out, and Orthodox Kyle. So yeah, the clergy and like all the other Orthodox guys have been like nothing but nice and welcoming. Nobody's ever asked me for anything. Everybody's like, it's like a really chill community. Like the people are under this impression that like Jay is like calling the shots and he's got this cult here. Dude, Jay has never asked me for anything, not once in my whole life.
True.
Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, the thing he's always doing things for me, and I've never done anything for him. So I think I've said this before. It's like maybe I should I should be doing things for him. I don't know, but Ben, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, never counter signal Jay. Jay is the Pope, #1 Pope. No, I agree. Jay's very giving. He's a very selfless guy. You know, if there's something that I really need, like promoted or something, he like retweets it before I even ask. Like he's just a very selfless guy. He wants to see the ortho fam succeed. And you know, he's before I even made the announcement video, I spoke with him and asked for his advice. And you know, he gave me some. He was pretty genuine in that conversation. And even when I met him in person, he's very
very welcoming, open dude. So yeah, I mean, Jay's the man. As far as like clergy feedback on my channel, yeah, I've got nothing but good feedback on the stuff that, you know, my priest watches the show and stuff. And I'm obedient to the feedback that he does give me. So I had like two clips. I had a clips channel share like two clips that I guess weren't received so well or whatever by some people because the guy titled the titles like really crazy. It was like, "This is required to be orthodox or you're gonna burn," or something. You know, he didn't say the "or you're gonna burn" part, but so I just messaged the guy. I was like, "Hey, do you mind just taking these down out of like I gotta ask you, you know." So other than those two things, you know, it's yeah, I've gotten nothing but good feedback. You know, Bishop Emilianos was on the show. He said he really liked what was going on there. He wanted to come back on. You know, we've had metropolitans on, we've had priests. You know, Father Ron's always on the show. He's on the show like every other episode. And Father Stephen DeYoung's always swinging by. So, yeah, there's lots of clergy. I mean, granted, I also do like the priest interviews all the time. Father Borgian had very nice things to say, and I guess he's seen quite a bit of it. So
Yeah, I will say my spiritual father was not a fan of when I told the Latinizers to take their Latin manuscript and shove it up their butts on Twitter. that was just a short conversation.
Yeah. Well, dude, I'm just like dude, if my priest tells me to take something down, I'm not arguing or nothing. It's just okay. Done.
It's
Well,
exactly.
so yeah, so Ortho Brews Coffee collaboration with your two channels, and you can just donate it to like, you know, some cause.
We'll get some books and stuff and yeah, build
Have
up
the
the
coffee
parish library or something.
Citronum, you know, you can take a sip every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the call in, Joshua. Yeah. Wisdom, let us be attentive. Thanks, Technographics. Father Ron says I take my own stuff down. That's like dude, does a doctor diagnose himself or does it work the same way with priests? No, priests also have their own spiritual fathers, obviously, but funny thing. Next up we have DNH.
Yo, what's up, guys?
DNH? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Chilling. What's on your
Quickly,
mind? Yeah.
I want to talk about the stream for sure, or the debate. But real quick, you brought up Gavin. I'm an acquirer, and I'm doing my due diligence. So I'm talking to my pastor because I want to be, you know, nice.
Keep asking questions.
Oh yeah, I'm meeting with him this week. But one
Very
of the resources he gave me a couple months ago was Gavin, and man, that has not been helpful at all. And then to see the downfall from Jay pulling out all this stuff on X, it's what a time to be inquiring.
Yeah, where it's like his dad and this other guy that he's associated with, like his co-workers basically at that church, they're like full behind this like very subversive agenda. Like they're just liberals, dude. And like I think I mentioned it earlier in the stream, like, you know, people tend to see things in the lens of politics, of like liberals and conservatives. Well, when it comes to theology, Christianity, like Gavin is like the hyper ecumenist liberal of theology. And like, yeah, you have like the even further, like the crazies, right? That will just have like Skittles flags in front of their church. But I mean, when you're looking at conservatives, it's the Orthodox Church. We're the ones that try to conserve things. We don't want to change anything.
Yeah, and obviously I don't want to switch because of politics, but if that's my side, if that's my camp, and that's what they're promoting, that's definitely wrong. So that should be a reason for sure.
Yeah, and it's like it's not even like the political. I'm just thinking about like the theological mindset, right? And it's just there's like an analogy to the politics there, but like we shouldn't choose our religion based on politics, right? I mean, it's informative, like it's a factor, but it shouldn't be like the deciding factor, right? Because you can have a canonical Orthodox parish where like the priest is kind of run amok on certain things, right? But that's still a canonical Orthodox parish with a valid Eucharist, you know. But I just mean in terms of like theology and tradition, that the Orthodox are conservative in that respect, and they're not going to like try to push this. I think like Jay might have described it as like generic Christian, where they're trying to put this like mere Christianity thing, and like there's no distinction between Baptist and Presbyterian or charismatic or Wesleyan. And they're trying to stamp everybody with this like same like generic Christian kind of mold, and that's just not. It's not what you see in the Bible. It's not what you see in history.
No, exactly. And again, I don't want to keep it theological. I'm sure you'll have other streams about it, but no, exactly. And that's one of the things for sure that has me questioning stuff, because again, I come from a Baptist background, and I just seem odd for me to say, okay, I believe all this stuff, this radical stuff that I'm now recognizing, right? But I'm the same Christian as a Lutheran or a Presbyterian, yet they're radically different, and just in the sense of
They believe
some doctrinal
different
stuff.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't know how I can hold to a faith where it's like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian plus them, but they're also wrong.
And
on
they're
some key
right,
stuff.
and you're right, and everybody's right, and it's just relativism.
Yeah.
Like the Bible, when it says baptism now saves you, like it either does or it's just a metaphor, and it doesn't. Like there's an objective meaning to this. You can't
if I-
just pick whatever you want. But yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I'll just chime in. I'm not going to be mean to Gavin because he's you know,
He's your friend. I know. I'll
he's-
be the
he's
bad
my-
cop.
He's my buddy.
I'm the bad cop.
Or at least, you know, at least we are we're acquainted with one another. We've done work with each other in the past on a limited capacity. But if you're interested, I would say go check out my video where I had a conversation. I just posted it today. I had a brief interaction with him on X, and I kind of walked through the logical entailments of some of these positions here. I think that might actually be pretty helpful for you as an inquirer, because it walks through.
I already saw it. Yeah, no, I already saw it, and I'm looking forward to that, because there's not enough content of Protestants, Baptists, whatever you want to phrase it, evangelicals, engaging with you guys, and so it's hard for me to go, okay, I'm trying to say my side is right.
That's a really interesting observation you made there.
So I'm looking forward to hopefully you guys having a conversation, just so I just want
Us too.
resources. So.
Us too, man. We're trying to get dialogues and conversations. It's very interesting that you bring that up, dude.
Oh no, I see Jay talking about it. I see you guys trying to.
We're begging, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my thing though. For me personally, if I'm gonna have a discussion with somebody that was like, you know, a friend from my Protestant past, I'm not gonna like slam them or anything like that. So if you guys are wanting like a blood sport style debate, it's probably not going to come from me. I might give him some friendly pushback on his positions, but my style is a little bit different. Now I guess it depends on who I'm debating. Like the debate I had with Danny Philtalk, the guy from Jubilee, that was a little more blood sport style. But I think for the foreseeable future, what you could probably expect would be like you know, round table discussion style stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think I'm thinking about a video with Father Stephen DeYoung with Gavin, and that's just a conversation. I think even just them, no debate, just a conversation, and just seeing how that just led to icons, because clearly that's the only reason I shouldn't be Orthodox. I think even then in those discussions, it just proves how bad the system is. And so, I think it's great just to have roundtables, even though I do like the blood sport. I like Alex and Jay and watching you guys just cream people. So.
Yeah, I love blood sport style debating, but if you're going to interact with these guys, a lot of them won't interact with you if that's your style. So if you want to have some kind of dialogue with the quote unquote like professional apologists, like this is like apologetics incorporated types like Trent Horn or Joe Heschmeyer, these
The
types
racket.
of guys. Yeah, you can't like you can't be like ruining the brand. But for as far as Gavin goes though, I don't know. I would feel bad going in there with like some kind of like if I was being vicious or something. I don't know. I would just feel bad because he's been there for me in the past when I've had sticky situations, like with the Indiana Brunner thing. Indiana Brunner was trying to frame me as like Cleve said he wants to like physically attack me or something. You remember that, Alex? Did I tell you about that?
No, dude, I'm shocked by this. When
So I had a dialogue a long time ago with Indiana Brunner, and this was when he posted his picture. This was back when I was a Protestant. He posted a picture of himself stepping on the Theotokos. There was like an art thing, and he was like,
remember this. Yes.
it was a meme. Yeah, and he said, "Oh, I stepped in crap." So he's calling the Theotokos crap. So, Lord of mercy, I don't even want to say that. But anyway, that enraged me. But I had a conversation with him. He starts off relatively cordial, but then I get to the end. I'm painting like an illustrative point, and I say to him, well, you know what? Like I'm a normal guy, and if you were to like to drive the point home, I'm like, if you were to like step on or spit on a picture of my mom, I'm a normal guy just like anybody else. Like you might get punched. Like that's like how do you
Oh.
think right? How do you
And he
think
took
Christ is?
that as like Cleve said he's gonna beat me up.
Yeah, well, he got
It's
some like
clearly an
random.
analogy.
He got like some DM from an anon that was like, Indiana Brunner, I'm coming for you. Your time is up tonight. And he's like, Cleve is calling for death threats or something. So
Didn't get,
anyway,
like, 10 of those a day.
long story short, Gavin reaches out to Indy and he sets him straight and he's like, hey, like this is not fruitful, whatever you're doing. And he like talks to him and then he kind of talks to me a bit and he played like peacemaker. So I'm appreciative of him. And then since then, Indy's actually kind of taken his advice there and he's become a little less rabid. And I honestly think he's shown even I still think he's cringed to some degree, but he's shown a lot of improvement in the like he's not like the worst crap poster on X anymore. So that's
Now
an
it's 5
improvement.
solos. 5 solos is the worst now.
Is he? You think he's the worst?
I don't know.
I think it's probably Bible in context.
Yeah.
Or actually,
True.
well, if I can include Catholics, I think it's Solar Requiem. I
Oh
think
yeah, he's pretty bad too.
he's the worst one. Like, but he does that on purpose though. He
Yeah.
he AI
self-aware.
generated like a Muslim girl, and he was like taking this girl out on a date, going to win her over or whatever, just to make the Muslims mad.
That's pretty funny.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, DNH, I hope that we kind of gave you something useful there.
No, I appreciate it. I do have a question about, or maybe your thoughts on the debate.
With
in the
Andrew
aspect
and
of-
Owen?
Yeah.
I think Andrew won the debate, but not so much that everybody agrees with him now.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with your analysis for sure. I think
Yeah.
where I'm trying to go with it is, Owens does have the, and again, not saying completely that, but his InfoWar background and just how, again, I'm a big fan of Alex Jones. I just want to make that clear. But it does get crazy sometimes with the stuff that he'd be talking about. And so how do we, I don't know, as Christians, I guess I'm throwing just a general term out there, but how do we not go schizo on the right and go, look at what the CIA is doing. They're turning the frogs. You know what? And it's like, how do we control that, but not
He was
go?
right.
I'm not saying that.
I was gonna say, I think
He
a lot
was
of
right.
that
He
stuff
was
is
right.
true, but I think Ben, this is probably in your wheelhouse. This question.
Alex Jones is right about everything. Just become insane. Just
Just
embrace the schizophrenia. No, I think that the key really is don't place your hope in politics because we're all gonna die. Like I might die tomorrow. My buddy sent me a picture. He was like, "Hey, you got like a line on your ear. That means like you're gonna have a heart attack or something." I'm like, "All right, well, that's good." Like, he like saw some like meme or something. It was like, "This is a sign of like early heart attack or something," and it was like, "This is what who's that guy from Sopranos?"
I don't know.
Talking about Gandolfini. He had that line and he died. So I was like, oh well, if it's tomorrow, it is what it is. I'll see you guys on the other side. But this is my point though. Don't place your hope in politics. Cause yeah, I mean we need to make like while we're here on this earth, we want to hand down a nice world to our children, so on and so forth. But ultimately our our ultimate goal shouldn't be political utopia. That's a Roman Catholic thing. That's secular humanist. We're not secular humanists. We are we're Christians. We're Orthodox Christians. So our ultimate goal should be, well, I want to spread the gospel far and wide. I want to bring people to the Orthodox faith. I want to be a faithful son of the church. And as long as I'm doing those things, regardless if the CIA is put a bug in my dog that spies on me, regardless if Mossad is tailing me as I go to the 7-Eleven, none of that matters. Because when I die, you have a pretty good idea of where I'm going. So I think that's the way we need to live. That's kind of the mindset that we need to have. Be aware of the stuff. right? Obviously, we need to protect our families, especially if you're a man. I'm not saying be passive, exercise your Second Amendment, all these kind of things. So, yeah.
Word. Thanks for calling in, DNH.
Thank you, guys.
But are we gonna do Timothy and then Charlie, and then we're gonna call it a night? Got $10 from Alter Void. He said, "Is it because we are lazy Americans that so much is invested into Trump to fix things, but he can't fix the 100 U.S. senators and the 435 U.S. representatives? Only voters can." Yeah. I wouldn't say we're lazy Americans, but I think they're like, look, the power of the presidency has expanded so much since this country started, and you can't really go back once you give so much power to a certain office, right? So I think that there was a certain hope. Well, he also kind of promised that he would, right? The good old drain the swamp kind of thing from his, he kind of ran on that during his first term. So, I mean, yeah, we have to be active in our communities, and we have to be active in like voting, and we have to be present. And I think a lot of that starts with just the presence of the church. Cleve, any thoughts?
There's nowhere to run to. So you gotta worry about focusing your country, your state, your locality. We need to be active in elections. We cannot hand this over to Democrats though. But also we have to like know the issues each person is standing for. You can't just be a mindless zombie voting all one side or something. Like this is like the GOP pick guy. Like you go
Yeah.
to like a place your vote on a ballot and you're just checking like GOP. Like that's not a good way to be. For instance, this race in Florida. Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick, you mentioned the primaries earlier. I think that those elections might be even more important in a sense than the main elections, because that's where we find our guy, right?
Yep. We need to be doing that, but I think we also need to be raising up our own candidates. We need some Orthodox guys out there doing some work. I know Ben Luigi's opened a new
yeah.
he has a new YouTube channel. He's going to be focusing on politics. I'm hoping that ends up really good and inspiring some other Orthodox guys to get engaged in this sphere, because really what we've seen a lack of sufficient answers from all sides. I think the only decent kind of position I've seen out there would be the recent statements by Joel Webbin. I don't endorse everything he's ever said, but I thought that last statement was pretty good. And I think the way that he articulated it was excellent. If you could get a chance to watch that video, it's like an 8-minute clip on X, and he breaks down in the last half of that. Really, I think what is the key part? He's like, look, Zionists might come after you either in the long term, or if you get to like a certain size, they're going to blackmail you or whatever. But these leftists, they're going to be attacking like the normal dudes out there.
The
Like,
guy on the street with the MAGA hat. They're
like
gonna try to throw him in the
Alter
garbage
Void.
can. Yeah.
Like Alter Void, they're going to try to ruin you and get you fired from your job.
That's right.
So I think we do need to be super active in the political sphere. We can't be black pilled on this stuff. We got to know Christ is king. Christ is going to win. Christ is risen. But we also
Truly he's risen.
Truly he is risen. So we got to know all these things, but we got to put forth our own candidate, and we got to support him full send.
That's right.
Full send.
Yeah. Brady Harvey 499. He says, "I have been monetized." Well, thank you for your voluntary donation. I appreciate it. 499 from Nathan. Robin, Ministry of Christ with ambassadors acting on behalf of God. Also, Trent had a point about it. If your friend baptizes you versus a priest, one is valid. Well, in the Orthodox Church, we think that in emergency situations, a layperson may baptize. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I didn't really think of 2 Corinthians 5 before as something that could support like a sacrament of confession. But I think like all the necessary language might be there. That said, I think Nehemiah 9 is just like super slept on, because you see like in a liturgical setting, this practice already happening in the Old Testament. It makes sense that it would carry over. Didn't Father Stephen say that indeed he is risen is the best? Then this might be one of the times that I disagree with Father Stephen, and I might lose the debate. That's okay, because I know that in Romanian it's adevărata înviat, and adevărat means truly. He did say that. It's definitely truly. Well, At least I have a leg to stand on. Timothy, what's on your mind, man?
I was just calling in. I think with the debate and stuff, one thing I think people need to kind of be cognizant of is, and you said it, like Orthodox people shouldn't be debating each other, etc. And I actually agree with you
On
to some extent.
Orthodox things, because there's the chat kind of swayed me on this, to be honest. They were like, well, if there's just two Orthodox guys talking about politics, what's wrong with that? And I was like, all right, honestly, it's a fair point from the chat. I don't think they should be like debating politics,
Right?
Debating
religion.
theology. Sorry,
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is, like, so I'm retired from the Marine Corps, and I ended up going
Thank
to
you
an
for your
Orthodox
service.
church. You're very welcome. Thank you. I ended up going to Orthodox church. You're old enough to remember that we forget the internet exists sometimes. So like I was always like, to me, Orthodoxy was the cool religion. I'm like, everyone knows that in EU4 it's the best religion in the game. So I wanted to be Orthodox, but I didn't really know anything about converting over because the joke was, when I was in the Marine Corps, you deploy, you don't have priests with you most of the time. The running gag was all the Serbians would hang out with me, and they'd say he is accidental Orthodox, is what they would say, because I agreed with them 90% of the time. I was like, well, he's right though. I served with these people for years. What I'm trying to point out is, when I get out, I get to the Orthodox Church. Not every parish is perfect. You're not gonna be happy with every single person there.
That's
But
right.
what I'm seeing in you don't define yourself by the things you're not. And I see a lot in the online sphere where it's like, oh yeah, well, screw veterans because all they do is serve Satan and fight for Israel. I'm like, well, no one I have served with really liked Israel. I'll level with you. The Marine Corps, Chesty, if you're aware, the prolific anti-war book, War is a Racket, was written by a 2-time Medal of Honor recipient who's a United States Marine, right? Why? Because we know this stuff. I served with IDF guys, and the running gag was we hated them. They sucked. They were the worst. I kid you not. So I worked as EOD at the time, and we were in the chow hall, and I was watching the news, and Barack Obama was saying there's no combat troops left in Afghanistan. And I looked at my buddy over at 75th Ranger Regiment. I'm like, are we not combat troops?
Yeah. You're like right there on the ground. Yeah.
What? So my point is, though, so we know this, and we dealt with these guys and how they treated us, how disrespectful they were. I used to joke all the time. I said, I get along better with the Russians. They said, why? I said, because Russian soldiers are Russian soldiers, American soldiers, American soldiers. We're all the same. We get along.
Yeah.
And
They're
the
not
point
going
I'm
to
trying to
pretend to be something that they're not.
And the point I'm trying to make is the idea, like you it's not a both and or either or, it's a both and, right?
Right.
War is wrong in general, and I'll never forget the moment I kind of, as a grown man, you get old and you start weeping when you watch TV when it's like, I don't know if you remember when they pull out of Afghanistan and they were talking about the Marines that died there. It was tough on me because I remember hearing them say, Corporal like Hernandez, 20 years old, and I just started weeping, and I'm like, why does this bother me so much? I lost friends in the war, and it didn't bother me as much. It's like, 20 years old, you're a baby, and you don't even know it. And when
you
you're
don't know anything,
when you're 20, you
at the
don't think
beginning of
it.
your life.
So we should be more merciful in the sense of, like, when we're promoting against war, like I'm against the war in Iran, but we don't have to team up with Muslims or act like Muslims are good because of that. Like, you can say, hey, Andrew, I agree
It's
with
like
you.
when you put it in that context, it just sounds so crazy, right? Like, I guess we should team up with the Muslims then. Like, what?
And that's
what are you talking
I'm
about.
Like, Andrew could say we should bomb pedos. I'm like, hey, I actually agree with you. Are we bringing Christ to Iran? Or are we just bringing? We're not, right? And that's where I'm saying we as Orthodox Christians should not necessarily be like, hey, all war bad all the time, every time. No. You can step in and help people. You can step in and do war. But if you want to do war, it should be for the right reasons. Not every war America gets in is bad. Not everything America does is evil. And I mean, I kid you not. I had friends of mine who are Orthodox still, but they have a hard time going to church because I'm not lying to you when I literally say that there's people there who say you served Satan.
That's so crazy, dude.
And I'm like,
but what we see, like in the Saints, such a way more nuanced position than like war is evil. It's like, no, it's complicated.
It's complicated.
It's complicated.
Well, even like you take Saint Alexander Presidency of Russia, the one who killed the Mongolian with a lance. He was a monk, and he did it. So like, it's okay. We can fight, and I think what we do as Orthodox Christians, we should do what God judges the heart. Look at the people in service. They're doing it because they love their country, and in many cases, most of them love God. And we need to be reaching out and hoping that this works out. And my point is, people should just stop defining themselves by the things they're not and define themselves by the things they are. That's all.
I've been trying to thank you for reiterating that. I've been trying to say that. Is that
Yeah.
you can't define yourself by just like being against something. You have to also be for something.
Exactly.
It's not enough to just be against the bad guys. You have to
Bring
be for good.
Yeah, bring Christ to Iran. If that's what we're bombing them for, go ahead, please. But that's not right. That's not that, and if you argue that without Andrew, I think Andrew will probably agree with you. Like, yeah, I think you're right about that. But instead, it's like, no, Muslims aren't that bad. Why aren't we going after Jeffrey Epstein? I'm like,
yeah.
Oh my God, Muhammad is Epstein, dude.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me, Alex.
Same thing. Yeah. Thanks for calling in, man. Good points. Some really good points from Timothy there. Second Actuality says, to be fair, modern warfare for corporate banking and Zionist interests is not the same as the just wars of Byzantium and Holy Russia. Yeah, I think there's undue influence from these like evil international like NGOs and stuff like that. I think when it comes to the individual soldiers, Timothy has like a really good point though, that like, look, this kid is 20. This kid doesn't know anything. He's probably looking for a career opportunity and maybe the chance to be a hero, right? But I do agree that like the greater geopolitics they're just even more complicated now than they were back then. So I was reading through Sword and Scimitar, Raymond Ibrahim's book, which is pretty good. I think everybody should read that one. Talks about like the wars that the Muslims waged against the Christians and like how savage they were. Or like their own historians, their own Muslim historians are like, yeah, in those early days they were like wild beasts. They weren't even like humans. They were utter animals. Like they say this about themselves. And how a lot of the Byzantine wars were in like self-defense. Yeah, that book is great. It's yeah, Raymond Ibrahim, Sword and Scimitar. He does good work. He's like Coptic or something, but he's not like Agan. He's like a jacked bodybuilder. Charlie, what's up, dude?
Hey, how are you? Christ is risen.
Truly, he's risen.
So I do have a few politics things I wanted to maybe mention because I actually have a background in politics a little bit. But I was actually wanted to ask a few things about debate. I was wondering if I could run a few arguments by you, just small arguments.
Sure.
So I was thinking about this the other day. Protestants deny, hierarchy of scripture, right? It's kind of all equal. All 66 books of your King James Bible, amen, are all equal, relatively speaking, right?
Yeah.
But the Orthodox, we have the four Gospels on the altar, and we have an emphasis on certain books of the Bible. I was wondering if you could make the point that since Protestants highlight Christ's words in red, that they actually end up doing the same thing. Because if you look in all these Protestant Bibles, they highlight his words in red.
Bibles, yeah.
So like, oh, these are important words. Jesus said these. So it's almost like they agree with their point.
That? Yeah. Yeah, well, I've talked to many like charismatics that will literally say that are like, okay, Paul's letters are Paul's letters. So what Jesus said in the Gospels, I'm like,
right.
It's the same spirit, dude. Like,
right. So
yeah, I think that against certain Protestants that may work.
Yes. Right.
If you're a more sophisticated Protestant, they would probably just reject that out of hand.
Right. Right.
I think there are many evangelicals that do have that view.
Right.
Father Ron says yes, the red letter editions, a canon within a canon. So yeah, I think you can make the argument, even if if you're talking to a more sophisticated Protestant and they're like, no, we don't actually believe that. And you'd be like, okay, you don't believe that.
Right.
But your publishers seem to believe that, because at the very least, there's a market for those red letter Bibles, right? That's a good point, Father Ron.
Right. Super excited to meet Father Ron. He's actually coming to our little mission parish this weekend, so it's super awesome.
Hey, nice.
So base Father Ron.
Yeah, that's right.
And then one of the other arguments I was thinking about, and this one I might be just super weak and me just drawing conclusions from nothing. But in Matthew 7, it says, you will know them by their fruit. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but every bad tree bears bad fruit. Is that like an argument for energy essence distinction? Like, you don't know the tree by the tree, you know it by the fruit of the tree.
I think that's reading into it a little too much, because we have better verses for the energies distinction.
Right, I know there's like the word energeia in the Greek, and you can just like go and find it.
Yeah, and you know who did the work for you already? Freaking David Bradshaw, this mad
Right.
genius. Are you familiar with I've talked about him before. So.
I'm a little familiar with him. What was the book?
This one is the one you want. I mean, he has a like his magnum opus is called Aristotle East and West. But
What is that one?
this is divine energies and divine action, exploring the essence energies distinction, and it's a compilation of essays. But I think the first or the second essay, he goes through every single time the term energeia or energain or any of the forms of the term energeia,
right?
Every single time it's used in the Bible, and he explains it. So
Right.
he already did all the work for us.
So there's no reason to, remake.
You don't got to recreate the wheel. That's right.
Right.
Yeah. It's a very, very. When I think about that, like these guys like Bo Branson and David Bradshaw, and I'm like, they already did all the work for us.
Right.
They already did all the readings. Why do I have to go do? I don't have to go through every single patristic source because they already have a compilation for it. And like, let me tell you, they are their own harshest critics. Like these are not slackers at all.
Right.
Second Actuality says W. Bradshaw's books are great.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
And then a few weeks ago, you had done a YouTube debates, what that is, a lawyer's perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you were talking about, what's the guy's name? Irving Younger's 10 Commandments. Do you have any other, obviously logic books, like philosophical, books on logic and stuff? Do you have any other sources you would recommend for just debates or debate structure or anything just like that?
This was helpful. The Articulate Advocate, Persuasive Skills for Lawyers. A lot of this has to do with body language and what to do when you get nervous, what to think. I thought this was quite useful.
Okay.
It's by Brian Johnson and Marsha Hunter. And then everything by Jerry Spence. I think Jerry Spence is right in his he gets a little kind of Buddhist-y sometimes because he's a boomer, so he's into that stuff. But overall, his approach to just find what the story is, find the evidences you need, and then just tell the story better than the other guy. That's a vast oversimplification, but I'm very much in that Jerry Spence school of advocacy. And then there's the Yellow Cicero book that I always recommend. I think that one's pretty good if you want to be a little more philosophical about it. Yeah. But in terms of just pure advocacy and persuasion, I'd say Jerry Spence is the guy. And that Articulate Advocate book is pretty good for it's body language and
right. Yeah. And then I just wanted to mention a few things about just kind of the political scene. So I was actually involved pretty heavily in a campaign in 2024. I was working as kind of a advisor as well as go do this, go do that for the candidate. And I did some interviews with some lawyers who had been going over some things, specifically in the oil industry. I won't mention too much about what state and all that was, because I think a lot of it's still happening, so to speak. But this sheer level of just corruption, even at state levels, I think would blow a lot of people's minds.
Dude, people don't know this. I worked for the Michigan Republican Party for a year in 2015.
Yeah.
I know about this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, just in the state I was in, we pretty easily identified billions of dollars disappearing. I mean, it was really
I mean, I shouldn't laugh about that, but it's
and it was lining certain people who ended up in certain campaigns that may have been the topic of certain conversation earlier.
Yeah.
So there's I mean, obviously, I think everybody knows politics is dirty, but you would be amazed. I think for most people, even just I mean, I think a lot of people know about their local city. Oh man, I hate my mayor, or so the school board sucks or whatever. But it really feels like every level, and I don't think we're too far removed from Gulag Archipelago style, everybody's lying to each other all the time about the system.
It's once you have a race to the bottom, it gets to the bottom pretty quick, dude.
Yeah. And And I think I really lost a lot of heart in the American system, like as a whole. And it was
Because
actually,
then you
I think,
realize it's just a bunch of incompetent people.
oh my gosh, yeah.
It's not this like hyper professional process that
Oh
everybody
no,
thinks
oh my
it is.
gosh.
It's just a bunch of people, just like a bunch of broken people trying to make sense of a broken system and like try to and get some good out of it. And then many of them just get corrupted and they only care about themselves and they get jaded and they're like, well, what can I get out of it? And they stop thinking about what the people can get out of it.
Well, and I think there's a very strong argument for aristocrats there in that, you know, line your pockets, go ahead, wear the, you know, shiny new carriage, have the new castle. Just make sure the roads are good, right? Like we'll have problems with you if the roads aren't good and merchants and, you know, raiders are in town. But if you want your opulence, okay, there, have it. But like, just make sure we're actually getting
take care of us. Yeah.
Right. And so I think there's like actually a really strong argument about, you know, monarchy really actually understanding human nature a lot better than democracy or republics end up being.
That's a good point.
And I think as Orthodox, you know, we also, you know, we only have services for crowning kings. There's no services for, you know, electing presidents. You know, we still pray for them. But I think I personally have just become so jaded with the whole thing. I don't see any hope other than just prayer and like personal relations with people.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on. I just wanted to go through
good points, man. Thanks for calling in, Charlie. Always a pleasure to have Charlie on. Byzantinist, stand up. Hey, Mr. Fist with the 5 gifted. Guys, I saved the best for last. I have your favorite evangelical Miaphysite.
Yo!
Mohan. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up, man? Okay.
Hold on. Mr. Fist, I got to give him something off the soundboard for the 5 gifted. I can't just let my boy just without anything from the soundboard.
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
What's on your mind, Johan?
So I'm just going to give two quick points because it's late. So the first one, I wrote the short story. So there's a guy, he knew the city had a bad signal and a Daily Planet tip line, but he didn't want a middleman or a public spectacle. He just wanted to be heard. So what he did was he looked up.
Hold on, dude. You got to start from the beginning. Sorry.
Okay. So there's a guy
signal or something.
Right. So there's a dude who's in a city, and he's in a city that has a bad signal for Batman because in this unit, because Batman's real and Superman is also real. The Daily Planet tip line. Now he was kind of a mess. You know, he was stupid. He messed up. He wasn't the man he promised to be. And what instead he didn't, because he didn't want a middleman or a public spectacle, he just wanted to be heard. And he said, he looked up at the ceiling and he just said, I messed up. I wasn't who I was supposed to be. And miles above the earth, the man of steel paused. To him, there are no soundproof walls. He doesn't need a report or appointment. He filtered the noise of the world until he found the one thing he always looked for, sincerity. And he didn't fly down to sign a paper or lecture. He just listened. And in that moment, Arthur, this guy, we'll call him Arthur, he felt the weight lift. He realized that while the world uses channels and representatives, the most powerful being in the universe is the one who needs them the least. And this connection was not a broadcast, but a heartbeat. And I think that's the core of what the Protestants are trying to say, even if they say it kind of sloppily and kind of in a way that sounds kind of silly, is that heartfelt direct connection to God. But it's no small thing. You have to take it seriously. Does that make sense?
I don't think so, dude.
Well, okay, here's another way to think about it is, let's see. I have other examples. So, let's see. One sec. Okay, so think of it this way. To a Protestant, going to a priest can feel like standing in the middle of Metropolis.
Metaphysics, Mike. What's up, dude? I love you, but you're going down.
Story makes want to convert to ELO.
Thanks. Good to see you, man. This is going to be, guys, on Thursday, I'm debating Metaphysics, Mike.
Really?
Yes, the prompt is Unitarian or Trinitarian. Which is correct?
Wow.
So a pretty broad topic, I think, but I think it'll lead to good conversations.
Yeah, so Basically, the Protestants
Anyway,
think
yes.
that
Sorry, I interrupted you, but it's just I saw
no, you
my
didn't. Oh no, it's all good.
interlocutor, so I
It's
needed
all
to
good, bruh.
acknowledge them in the chat.
Yeah, we good. So basically, the Protestants say that when Jesus died, he gave everyone the key to the fortress of solitude. And the Catholics view the priest as, for example, an authorized guide who kind of walks you through the fortress. But the Protestant might say the door is already unlocked. Superman gave me the key himself, and he's waiting in the living room for a one-on-one chat. I can talk directly with him. Now I know there's some holes in that argument. I understand that too, because some people, they don't just want to be told they're loved; they actually want a hug. So a priest gives you the big hug, and he gives you that objective validation that you communicate to someone. It's tangible. It's not just, oh, you're not wondering, oh, is it just in my head? Is my confession genuine? Well, if you go to a priest, you know it's genuine, basically. So yeah, I will grant that it has strengths. But do you see like this the strength of the simplicity of what I'm saying?
Honestly, I might be too tired to follow the analogy
It's
at
all
this
good.
time.
I'll let the
But
chat decide. I'll let the chat go through it.
I might have just gotten refuted. Big time. I
And
think you got
well,
me.
and you use Spider-Man as an example. Like, do you call this the Spidey planet to get Spidey, or do you just call Spidey directly? So if you want Spider-Man to right now directly, you say, "Help, Spidey, help!" So boom, directly 1-to-1, you got him. Spidey's here. He got you. He's picking you up. He's gonna bring you to the place. So that's just an analogy. But
Octavian is asking, what's your
yeah,
epistemic justification for Gotham? What's your epistemic justification?
I don't think there's any logical contradictions between Gotham and Jesus. There's probably a world that Gotham is real and Batman's real and Jesus is there too. It wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of dimensions. I think the Bible says 144,000 dimensions in the Bible. But anyways, I also just like to end on this. If I can encourage everyone to pray the Divine Mercy Chaplet every day or whatever their
No,
best prayer is for all
don't.
the kids in the Gaza, in the Iran.
No, don't pray the
Or
Jesus.
what?
The Jesus prayer. Don't pray.
Okay, you can do that prayer
Chaplet.
because it's really sad what what the bombs do to everybody, not just the women and the children, and they lose limbs. It's awful. It's so awful. It's so sad. You can't imagine. So I just encourage everyone to please pray for them. Please, I'm praying for them, and please, if you can
Yes,
donate, maybe
pray.
donate. I'm not trying
Pray
to
for
preach.
the
I
whole
just,
world.
it's just right. It's just yeah. But yeah.
Yes.
So there you go.
Okay,
So I'll let the
thank
chat
you,
think about my
Johan.
argument. Thank you,
Yes,
sir. God bless and peace.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you, Johan. Sundays, Marco, why are you giving away my arguments to Metaphysics Mike? It's my affirmative argument rooted in the Spider-Man. Everybody knows the Trinity is like Spider-Man. He's like Peter Parker and Spider-Man and Miles Morales. They both proceed from Spider-Man, but Miles Morales and Peter Parker and Spider-Man are three distinct persons. I don't know. I just made that up. That's definitely not going to be my argument. But we got one more caller. Jay Knight, what's up, man?
Spider-Man, three distinct persons.
I can hear myself.
Hey.
Hey, how are you, Jay Knight?
We got one more caller.
Oh,
Sorry,
can you not
I
hear
think
me
I
on
am.
the thing?
I think I have a lag time. My question was, I noticed you and Jay. I thought I was a good reader, and then I saw your library of books, and I noticed you and Jay both use a lot of like sticky notes. Is there any sort of do you like color code them or write notes on them, or are they just simply to put, mark your thoughts so you can reference them later?
It's the reason for the sticky notes. It's multifactorial. There are numerous reasons. The first is because if I interact with something physically, I'll remember it better. So that's why I prefer like physical books over ebooks, and like underlining and circling. And like if I think something's like crazy, I'll just be like, this is crazy in the what's it called, the whatever on the side of the page. And just interacting with it like physically, I think helps my memory consolidate. The sticky notes are because I find something that annotation, yeah, whatever. The sticky notes are because I, as a lawyer, I have this fear that I'm going to find a citation that I'm going to need in the future, and I'm never ever going to be able to find it again. So when I like, I don't know, what's a good example? Like, if it's just like a useful fact, Like, here's the FF Bruce book. It says like, here's an exact quotation from Augustine about what he thinks the Old Testament is. Like, this is useful. I don't want to lose this or forget that it's in there. So usually the way it works is I'll be like, dude, I need an evidence for something, or I need to review something. And I'll remember what book it's in, probably because I underlined it and put a sticky note on it. And then I just go through all the sticky notes. And I'm just like, okay, well, it's a lot faster to find it this way because not all these books have like robust indexes. So yeah, it's just an irrational fear of not like finding something crazy and never ever being able to find something ever again, and just memory consolidation. There is no color coding to it, although sometimes I'm like, I kind of want to have some color coding to it. Color coding would probably help. But yeah, good question. Okay. See there, ebook. Yeah, the ebooks change. I don't want the ebooks. So, guys, thanks again for the stream. What else we got? Good Godfather, thank you for calling in, man. Or calling in. Thank this. I know I'm tired. Thank you for the donation, bro. Soaring Eagles, Christ is risen. Truly, he is risen. Thank you.
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell. Amen.
Cool. Guys, I may stream again before Thursday. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Thursday, Modern Day Debates, Thursday evening, 9 p.m. I'm going to be debating metaphysics. Mike, we're going to be talking about the Trinity and his Unitarian position, and which one is correct, which one makes more sense, which one is more biblical, which one makes better sense. So I think it'll be a good conversation, and I'm looking forward to it. Mike, if you're still in the chat, I hope you have good health insurance because I'm going to wreck you, bro. No, I'm just kidding, dog. Yeah, it'll be, Mike is a good sport, and I think it'll be a good debate. So, yes, looking forward to it as well. Word. Okay, guys. What is this crap on my sleeve? Love you all. Good night.